Welcome everybody to Division 18. Okay, how's that? Okay, does this sound better here? I think that's good. Yep, thank you very much. Glad we brought in an outside expert on microphones today because we certainly don't have an in-house expert. Sorry for the short delay this morning, but I think we're ready to proceed. So I think I'm just going to call the case and then we can move to opening statements. Sound good?
Thank you, Your Honor, and Circuit Attorney and the legal.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, the Attorney General is ready to proceed.
Great. Okay, this is case number 2422-CC 00222, in re the Circuit Attorney for the 22nd Judicial Circuit of Missouri, ex-rel Christopher Dunn, I believe is the title. Maybe for the record, let's introduce the parties, if you don't mind, starting with this side over here, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, Your Honor. Assisting me as well are two associates from my office, Rachel Moore, Eugene Wilson. From the Innocence Project is Mr. Justin Dunn, and of course,
Okay.
we also have attorneys here from the Innocence Project.
Okay. The gentleman from the Innocence Project, what's your name? Can you spell it for me? What's your name? Can you spell your name for me?
Oh, yes, Justin, Justin, bonus, just like bonus.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And from the Attorney General's office?
Thank you, Judge. Tristan Eastep, representing the Attorney General, along with Andrew Crane.
Okay, welcome back. Who's doing the opening statement? Mr. Shaw? All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, just a quick housekeeping matter before the opening statement. I'd move to admit Circuit Attorney Exhibits 1 through 24, 28 through 30, and Attorney General Exhibits A0 or AO and N.
Okay, is there any objection to that?
Judge, we have an objection to movements 20, 23, 24, and 29, based on these exhibits being hearsay testimony where no one's substantiated them, and 20 is an exhibit that was previously talked about in a habeas case. Sorry, also movements 9 and movements 11. Movements 20 was previously talked about in a habeas case, but it was excluded from evidence. We know that the court can kind of consider these, and we don't have any objection to talking about them as testimony. We object to them being considered as evidence.
Okay. I think what I'll do is overrule your objection and admit them, and of course I can choose to give them any weight or no weight as I see fit. Okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, sorry, just one more housekeeping matter. The Attorney General would like to go through a lot of witnesses. I believe it's probably already being implemented by the parties, but just for the record.
Okay, thank you. Is that your understanding too, Mr. Shaw?
We had not had that discussion, Your Honor, but hold on for just a second. Good, Judge.
Okay, sounds good. If there's no more informal matters, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court and counsel. 4 years ago in Texas County, Missouri, Judge William Hickle stated that no jury would convict Christopher Dunn under the facts presented there. Based upon that evidence, as well as the recantations, Judge Hickle found it is more likely than not that a reasonably instructed jury would find Christopher Dunn not guilty. As a matter of law, Your Honor, Judge Hickle found that Christopher Dunn had met the standard for actual innocence, as stated by the Supreme Court of Missouri in the Amrine versus Roper case. But at that time, no relief existed for Christopher Dunn because it's a non-capital case. But now, Judge, Missouri law gives you the authority to grant the relief that Judge Hickle could not grant, if you reach the same conclusions based upon the evidence presented here. The evidence presented here will inevitably lead you to reach the same conclusions as reached by Judge Hickle, establish actual innocence, and allow you to do what Judge Hickle could not do, vacate the wrongful conviction of Christopher Dunn. Over the next 2 days, you will not only hear all of the evidence that was presented to Judge Hickle, we will also present experts to you based upon scene reconstruction and with eyewitness identification, who will assist you in determining what really happened on the night of May 18th, 1990. The fact of the matter is, no one saw the shooter of Rico Rogers. Going back to that evening, Judge, just before midnight on May 18th, 1990, in pitch darkness, 3 kids sat on the porch in woods in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood in North St. Louis. There was 12-year-old Michael Davis, 14-year-old DeMaurice Stepp, and 14-year-old Rico Rogers. 2 slightly older boys, Eugene Wilson and Marvin Tolliver, were nearby. Suddenly, a shooter, hidden in darkness, fired a quick series of gunshots. The boys turned and ran away. Michael Davis fell. DeMaurice Stepp jumped the fence. Rico Rogers was shot in the head and died. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Christopher Dunn was at his mother's house, hanging out with his family and talking on the phone. His mother, Martha, and sister, Arnetta, will testify that he was there with them, talking on the phone while the family was watching one of their favorite TV programs. Now, they knew that Chris wasn't supposed to be there at that time. He was supposed to be in the halfway house. So when the police came later, they lied about his whereabouts. But he was there nevertheless, Judge, and corroborating evidence will establish that. Christopher Dunn was talking originally on the phone to Katherine Jackson sometime between 10 and 11 p.m., and after their conversation ended, his good friend Nicole Bailey called. She will testify, Judge, that she had just delivered a baby girl the night before and called to talk with her friend Christopher Dunn, and they talked for hours, which was typical for them. And they were on the phone until after midnight, when the nurse made her get off the phone in order to take her vitals at about 1 o'clock a.m. A little bit later that morning, Judge, at around 3 o'clock a.m., DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis gave statements to the police, just a few hours after seeing their friend shot and killed. DeMaurice Stepp first said he didn't see who the shooter was, but a few minutes later he changed course and said he saw Christopher Dunn. Michael Davis followed suit, naming Christopher Dunn as a shooter, but the boys could not agree on many of the details, as you will see, because they were making up their story as they went along. Based solely on this testimony, Judge, Christopher Dunn was tried for murder. At trial, their testimony was inconsistent, uncertain, and unsure. DeMaurice Stepp changed his story again, changing the shooter's location from one side of 5609 Labadie to the other side, and now claimed that he even saw Christopher Dunn with the gun before any shots were fired. Michael Davis, as you will see, was pressured to testify that day. There were numerous consistencies, of course, that you will hear about. You will also find that DeMaurice Stepp was facing felony charges and a potential 30-year sentence. But you will also hear from Curtis Stewart, who was in jail at the time with DeMaurice Stepp, and he heard DeMaurice Stepp admit that he never saw Christopher Dunn at the shooting. DeMaurice Stepp said he didn't care because DeMaurice Stepp was getting a deal. And indeed, the evidence will show that DeMaurice Stepp did get a deal in exchange for his testimony. The armed criminal action charge was dismissed. DeMaurice Stepp also testified that he believed that he would get probation for those charges. And ultimately, he did get probation. Michael Davis did not want to testify and tried to back out, but the police showed him gruesome photos of his dead friend and put him on the phone with Rico Rogers' mother, who begged him to testify. So the youngster named Christopher Dunn. The evidence will show, Judge, that these boys never saw the shooter's face. They did not even look in that direction before the shots were fired, and after the shooting began, everything happened too fast. They were running for their lives, and they did not even look that way. All of the witnesses also have consistently agreed that it was very dark at the scene that night. These inconsistent misidentifications were the sole evidence against Christopher Dunn at trial. But since trial, both of them have recanted and disavowed that testimony. Michael Davis did so in a 2015 interview, a 2016 sworn affidavit, and a recorded 2017 interview. All of his post-trial statements remain steadfast that he never saw Christopher Dunn that night. DeMaurice Stepp first recanted in a 2005 affidavit, admitting that he did not see Christopher Dunn. However, in 2017, the Attorney General investigator interviewed DeMaurice Stepp, and he told that investigator that his 2005 recantation was a lie. But DeMaurice also said at that interview that he did not know who shot Rico Rogers. The following year, at the habeas corpus hearing, DeMaurice Stepp denied making the statement to the Attorney General, reiterated his 2005 affidavit, and again admitted he did not see Christopher Dunn at the shooting. And also admitted that his trial testimony was still a lie. The only consistency in DeMaurice Stepp's changing stories is his admitted willingness to change his story for potential benefit from anyone who could give him a benefit. But the recantations of DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis will be supported, Your Honor, by eyewitness testimony of Eugene Wilson and the expert opinions of our eyewitness identification expert, Nancy Franklin, and our scene reconstruction expert, Scott Roeder. Eugene Wilson was one of the boys walking towards the house and facing the shooter that evening. He will testify that all he could see was a muzzle flash and a shadowy figure. Scott Roeder, the scene reconstruction expert, has recreated hundreds of scenes, and he will explain and demonstrate how the shooter surprised the boys that evening. Dr. Nancy Franklin, who is a scholar in eyewitness identification, has testified as an expert over 80 times, will explain the science behind eyewitness identification and the factors that create unreliable identification. And she will testify to you how numerous factors were present here. So only two young witnesses placed Christopher Dunn at the scene. Both have since recanted. Michael Davis has been consistent in his recantations, and as to DeMaurice Stepp, his contradictory testimony flip-flops and changes based on whatever story he thinks will benefit him. Whatever story he might tell if he testifies during these proceedings, the facts remain as Judge Hickel found them in Texas County. The only witnesses who implicate Christopher Dunn are proven liars, unworthy of belief. No physical evidence links Christopher Dunn. Instead, he was convicted solely on the basis of recanted testimony. just as it was in Amrine versus Roper. So it is in the case before you, Your Honor. This case is the rare circumstance in which no credible evidence remains from the first trial. Clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence exists where there is no remaining credible evidence to support the conviction. As such, confidence in the conviction is likewise so undermined that it cannot stand and must be set aside. Those were the circumstances, and that is a quote from Amrine versus Roper. Judge Christopher Dunn has been imprisoned for over 34 years. There is no evidentiary basis to keep him in prison. In light of the recantations, the expert testimony, together with all of the other evidence that places Christopher Dunn in his mother's home, no reasonable juror could find Christopher Dunn guilty today. The evidence will show that we have met the standard for clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence, and therefore the evidence will show that our motion to vacate should be granted. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Ms. Eastep or Mr. Crane? Is it you? Okay.
May it please the court,
You may.
counsel. In the early hours of May 19th, 1990, a 15-year-old boy, Rico Rogers, was murdered. He was shot in the back of the head while hanging out on his front porch with two of his friends, Michael Davis and DeMaurice Stepp. DeMaurice Stepp was also shot at. A bullet missed him by an inch to the point where he could feel it fly past his head. Evidence that has been presented and considered in prior court proceedings, and that will be before this court again this week, is that DeMaurice Stepp looked towards the gangway where the shots were coming from, then began running from the porch, hopped a gate or two, and came to be in the presence of his other friends who had left the porch sometime earlier. Immediately, DeMaurice Stepp exclaimed, "Trap, or Christopher Dunn is shooting at us." DeMaurice Stepp identifies Christopher Dunn as the shooter instantly to his friends, prior to any investigation by or presence of law enforcement on the scene. Next, first responding officers come on scene, and DeMaurice Stepp tells them Christopher Dunn was the shooter. Homicide detectives then interview DeMaurice Stepp at police headquarters, where he tells them Christopher Dunn was the shooter. "I looked him dead in the face." Homicide detectives also speak to Michael Davis at police headquarters, and he tells them Trap, who he identifies as Christopher Dunn, was the shooter. The evidence will show that detectives, or at least Detective Stidham, the lead detective in this case, and his investigating partners, didn't know Christopher Dunn. Despite some allegations in the circuit attorney's motion to vacate, you will hear from Detective Stidham that he had never heard of Dunn, didn't know him. So, DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis are presented separately with a 4-pack photo array containing a photo of the only Christopher Dunn police have in the system at that time. Both witnesses, in their separate photo array identifications, select a picture of Christopher Dunn and say, "This is Christopher Dunn, this is who did it." 24 hours later, after Dunn had been arrested, DeMaurice Stepp participates in a live lineup to ensure they have the person that Stepp is identifying as Dunn. And he picks Dunn out of that lineup as the shooter. DeMaurice Stepp then talks to the prosecutor, the Honorable Stephen Omer, at a warrant application, and charges are issued against Christopher Dunn. DeMaurice Stepp and Michael Davis then testify at a grand jury. Michael Davis testifies at Christopher Dunn's original criminal trial about the shooting, about IDing Dunn as the shooter, and does so again in court. DeMaurice Stepp also testifies at Christopher Dunn's trial and IDs Dunn as the individual who shot at him and his friends, killing Rico Rogers. A jury deliberated and found Dunn guilty. Now this court is being asked to disturb that jury verdict and set a convicted murderer free based on evidence that cannot meet the circuit attorney's burden of clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence. I anticipate over the next 2 days of evidence, there will be one thing clear to this court, that the present day version of events is a well-crafted story. And who doesn't love a good story? The evidence will show, and you'll see how over time, Dunn is presenting affidavits and statements of multiple witnesses claiming they have evidence that will exonerate him. Some of those statements, that information purported by Dunn, is wholly and directly in conflict with the story he's relying upon today. I anticipate this court will see the evolution of Christopher Dunn's story and how over time he or people working for him, whether inside or outside of prison, have cultivated the current version of Dunn's lies. The circuit attorney discussed different witnesses that this court will hear from that they claim support and help them reach the burden of clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence. One eyewitness who identified Christopher Dunn, Michael Davis, certainly cannot meet that burden. This witness has never testified as to his recantation in court or in a deposition and has never been subject to cross-examination. And that is evidence that simply cannot convince a court clearly and to the burden of clear and convincing evidence. The second is DeMaurice Stepp. And I just recounted how DeMaurice Stepp was consistent every time he identified Christopher Dunn up until the point and after the jury trial. Not until DeMaurice Stepp, and the evidence will show that not until DeMaurice Stepp was in the Department of Corrections serving his own life sentence for first-degree murder, that he makes any sort of statement recanting his identification of Christopher Dunn. That is done in an affidavit that another inmate helped him write. And this affidavit and the information contained in it will be an example of the evolution and cultivation of Christopher Dunn's story. And you will see that in this affidavit, DeMaurice Stepp states that he saw 4 shooters present at the scene. And he also states that another individual was amongst the friends on the porch or around the house, and his name was Tony Kelly. And this is because a couple years prior, and the evidence will show, that Christopher Dunn obtained an affidavit from Tony Kelly, where Tony Kelly swears in this affidavit that he claims to have been present at the shooting and saw 4 shooters responsible. Fast forward to 2017, after Christopher Dunn has filed for habeas relief in Texas County, an investigator for the Attorney General's office goes and speaks to DeMaurice Stepp, and what he says is entirely different than what is contained in his 2005 affidavit. He reiterates that he did see Dunn there at the time of the shooting, but wavers and says that there was a second person there, so he does not know which one, Dunn or the second individual, unidentified, was the triggerman. Then in 2018, about less than a year later, when Stepp testifies in court in the presence of Christopher Dunn, he says for the first time that he could not see anything. He did not see any shooter, which is vastly different than any previous statement he's given. I anticipate and I hope that this court will hear from DeMaurice Stepp and can make those credibility determinations from his testimony. And I don't know what he'll testify to now, 6 years later, from his last statement. But no matter what his testimony is today or tomorrow, this week, I believe that this court will see the true motivation for Stepp's varying statements after his sworn testimony and identification of Christopher Dunn up until and after his jury trial. The circuit attorney also talked about presenting the testimony of Eugene Wilson as another person who was present. I anticipate the evidence will show that his testimony conflicts with every other statement contained in the information and evidence available to this court that the court shall consider. Just like Dunn's story has evolved in the form of what witnesses at the scene say happened that night, his story has also evolved surrounding his alleged alibi. And the court will hear that evidence, and I won't take too much time to talk about it, but I anticipate the evidence of his alibi that will be presented to this court will be all over the place. And when scrutinized against all the evidence and information available to the court to consider, the only thing that this court can be clearly convinced of is that there is no credible alibi. Witnesses for Dunn over the years have alleged police and prosecutor misconduct in the form of coercion and threats and pressure. You will hear from the lead detective and lead prosecutor on the case, and I anticipate their testimony will refute any such allegations. Detective Stidham will testify that law enforcement never threatened, coerced, or manipulated any statement from any witness related to this case. I anticipate that he'll testify that law enforcement did not know Christopher Dunn, did not have Christopher Dunn in their mind when this investigation started. They simply followed the evidence in their investigation, and it led to Christopher Dunn. And after presenting the case to the circuit attorney's office through a warrant application, Detective Stidham will testify that law enforcement has no further involvement with witnesses or the case. They handed the case over to the circuit attorney's office. It's their case, it's their witness. You'll also hear from, at the time, prosecutor Stephen Omer, now retired Judge Omer. And he'll testify that he never told any witness what to say. He did not threaten any witness or pressure them to lie. He simply assessed the strength of his case and witness credibility at the various steps along the way that he needed to, and presented a straightforward case to a jury. You'll hear that not only did, you'll hear about, and the jury also heard about, the one and only agreement that Judge Omer entered with DeMora Stepp for his truthful testimony, and that he never made any promises or guarantees beyond what was presented to the jury and available for that jury to scrutinize as to that witness's credibility. At the conclusion of this hearing, after considering all of the information and evidence available to this court has an important decision to make. The Attorney General carries no burden here. We do not have to reprove that Christopher Dunn is guilty. The state has already proven that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt back in 1991. This court is being asked if there's clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence. The evidence and information that is presented in court and that has been presented to previous courts will show that over the last 34 years, Christopher Dunn has crafted a story, but not a convincing one. At the end of this hearing, we will respectfully ask this court to uphold Christopher Dunn's lawful conviction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. Are we ready with our first witness?
Your Honor, the circuit attorney calls Eugene Wilson.
Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. Are you Mr. Wilson? Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, I'm going to ask you to step right up here in this seat. So you want to be close to the microphone, but not too close, but make sure you keep your voice up for the court reporter and so everyone in here can hear you. Wait till the entire question is asked before answering, and if there's an objection, let me rule before answering, okay?
Okay.
Okay. You're going to have to really keep your voice up because it seems like you're soft-spoken, okay?
Okay.
You may proceed. Ms. Moore, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Please tell us your name.
Eugene Wilson.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I'm a little bit over 50 years old now, and I've been in St. Louis on and off California.
You're going to have to get a little closer
I've
to the
been
mic.
in St. Louis most of my life and been back and forth in California.
What do you currently do for work, Mr. Wilson?
Working warehouse.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I do contract with windows. Contract windows.
Where do you currently live, Mr. Wilson?
Right now, North City.
I want to go back to 1990. How old were you?
I was about 15 to 16, round up in that range.
What neighborhood of St. Louis were you living in at the time?
Back then they called it the West Side.
Would that have been also referred to as the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood?
Correct.
How did you know Christopher Dunn?
Kind of grew up with him.
Tell us a little bit about.
Yeah, just pull the mic closer and just.
Yes, we grew up together.
Tell us a little bit about your experience with Christopher Dunn.
Well, really his father, the one had everybody out in the neighborhood with the drunk corps and everything. So that's how we really actually got to know each other, through my sister. She was with the drunk corps.
How close were you with Christopher Dunn's family?
Real close. I've been in the house and everything.
In 1990, how did you know Rico Rogers?
We grew up on Labadee, and he like moved over there like a year or two before then.
A year or two before 1990.
Correct.
How would you describe your relationship with Rico Rogers?
We were real close. I considered him as a little brother at that time.
Why did you consider Rico Rogers a brother?
I was basically staying with them. I was working with his mother. His mother got me a job.
Describe a little bit more your relationship with Rico Rogers' mother.
Well, after my mother passed away at the age of 14, I basically was staying with them down the street from where I usually stayed. So I basically moved in.
And you said that Rico Rogers' mother got you a job.
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, she saw that I wasn't working, whatever, so she hooked me and a few other guys up at the job at Taco Bell, so we've been working.
Now, Mr. Wilson, to the right, I have an aerial view of the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood. In the upper left corner, we have Goodfellow Boulevard. In the lower right corner, we have Belt Avenue. And then running perpendicular, we have Labadee Avenue. Could you come down from the witness stand and using this red marker, mark where Rico Rogers' house was? Mr. Wilson, I see that you have marked with a red circle about equidistant between Clara Avenue and Goodfellow Boulevard on the south side of Labadee. Is that where Rico Rogers lived? Mr. Wilson, how old was Rico Rogers in May of 1990?
I'm assuming that he was like a year or two younger.
In May of 1990, about how long had Rico and his family lived in the neighborhood?
About a year and a half.
How did you know Marvin Tolliver?
We grew up together also.
How old was Marvin Tolliver in May 1990?
I believe he's like a little bit older than me.
How did you, Marvin Tolliver, and Christopher Dunn know each other?
We all grew up together in the neighborhood.
Tell us a little more about that.
Well, like I said, Christopher Dunn's father used to have drunk corps get all the guys and females together, having everybody out in the neighborhood.
And in May of 1990, would you come back down and mark on the map where Marvin Tolliver lived in red marker? And I see in red marker you've circled a house at the northwest corner of Clara Avenue and Labadee Avenue, the third house from the left, is that correct? Mr. Wilson, how did you know Demorest Step?
Well, they was like the new guys in the neighborhood. They wasn't in the neighborhood that long.
Would it be fair to say that you didn't know Demorest Step very well?
Not as well as everybody else.
How old was Demorest Step in May of 1990 about?
I believe they was a lot younger.
How did you know Michael Davis?
The same. They was kind of new in the neighborhood.
For both Demorest Step and Michael Davis, about how new were they to the neighborhood?
I say back then they was real freshly new.
How old was Michael Davis in May of 1990?
I'm not for sure, but I believe he was younger.
Mr. Wilson, I want to go back to May 18th, 1990, a little earlier in the day. What do you remember doing that day?
We was all down Marlon Tolliver house, better known as Pig back then, and well, was known with the dogs. We used to breed dogs at that time.
And who all was hanging out at Marvin Tolliver's house?
It was. I think it was the names you just mentioned, and Pig, Nuki, and then later on that same day, Christopher Dunn showed up.
About what time do you remember Christopher Dunn getting there? About what time of day?
I say evening time.
What did you and Christopher Dunn do?
We sat back and talked because he was recently released.
Released from incarceration?
Correct.
What did you and Christopher Dunn talk about?
What was going on in the neighborhood, how everything been, trying to catch up.
What was going on in the neighborhood? What changes did you talk about in the neighborhood?
Well, there's a lot of, back then, a lot of new gang members popping up in the neighborhood. Everything wasn't as same like it was at first.
So after Christopher had been released from incarceration, the neighborhood had changed from when he came in?
Correct.
You mentioned that some gangs had moved in. What gangs specifically?
Back then, it was considered the Bloods.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Wilson, was Christopher Dunn in a gang?
Oh, no. No,
Did Christopher Dunn identify himself as either a Crip or a Blood?
neither.
Now, you said that the names that I mentioned earlier, Michael Davis, Demorest Step, Marvin Tolliver, were at the house that day. Were they also there when Christopher was there?
Correct.
And what were Michael Davis and Demorest Step's opinions of Christopher Dunn?
They didn't too much care for him
Why would that be?
because of the color that Christopher Dunn had on that day.
What color was Christopher Dunn wearing?
To me, it was normal clothing, but it was like blue, white, button-down shirt.
And why would Michael Davis and Demorest Step be upset that Christopher Dunn was wearing blue? Mr. Wilson, did Michael Davis or Demorest Step express to you why they were upset with Christopher Dunn wearing blue?
Because they was affiliated with the opposite color.
They were affiliated with the Bloods who wore red.
Correct.
How did Rico Rogers know Christopher Dunn?
He didn't know him at all.
Before May 18th, are you aware of any altercations or issues that Rico Rogers, Demorest Step, or Michael Davis had with Christopher Dunn?
No.
Now, Mr. Wilson, I want to talk about the shooting on May 18th, 1990. What do you remember doing before the shooting?
Before the shooting, we all gathered up some change, went through the Chinaman.
And when you say we all gathered up some change, who are you talking about?
It was me, Marlon Tolliver, and the two names that you mentioned. We all gathered up some change, and me and Pig walked towards the Chinaman.
And so when you say the names I mentioned, Demorest Step and Michael Davis?
Correct.
So, Mr. Wilson, if you could come down from the podium and mark on the map in blue where the restaurant was that you went to go get food. Mr. Wilson, I see that in blue you've circled a building at the southwest corner of Labadie and Belt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's where the restaurant that you and Marvin Tolliver walked to? So, Mr. Wilson, as you walked from Marvin Tolliver's house to the restaurant at the corner of Labadie and Belt, what direction did you and Marvin Tolliver walk?
At that time, going towards the Chinaman, we was walking east.
What food did you get at the restaurant?
We had ordered A for young gravy. A for, it was real cheap, and it was a big meal at that time.
And after you got the food, what direction did you walk?
We would start walking west.
Now, as you were walking west, how close to the house did you get whenever the shots began to be fired?
We was almost at the house, like right there in front.
Mr. Wilson, in that big binder in front of you, if you could open it and turn to tab 15. This is Move-ins Exhibit 15, which has been admitted, and habeas petitioners Exhibit 8. Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
What is this a photograph of?
that's Marvin Tolliver house.
Mr. Wilson, there are two houses in the photo. Which house is Marvin Tolliver's?
The one with the gated around.
Would that be the left or the right photo?
That'll be the right.
Mr. Wilson, in this photo, in the bottom right corner next to the sidewalk, there are the initials EW in black ink with a circle. Do you remember placing your initials on this photo in 2018?
Yes,
What does your initials there mean?
where we was at
That's where you were when?
when the shots fired out.
And Mr. Wilson, on Marvin Tolliver's house on the right, to the right side of the steps, are the initials EW in black pen circled. Do you remember placing your initials here in 2018?
Yes,
And what does that signify?
that's where Rico was laying at the end
After he was shot?
after he was shot.
Now, Mr. Wilson, to the left of the leftmost house in the photo, in a brush area, there is a circle in black ink. Do you remember placing that circle in 2018?
Yes,
What does that signify?
where the shots was fired.
That's where the shooter came from?
Yes,
So, whenever you approached the house right before the gunshots were fired, who was sitting on the porch?
it was the two names that you mentioned and Rico. They was actually sitting on the steps.
And as you approached them, where were their heads turned?
The heads was looking at us coming from the Chinaman.
And why were they?
Their heads was facing towards us as we was coming back from the Chinaman
And why were they looking at you?
because we had the food.
Did you ever see the three boys on the porch turn their heads at all before the gunshots were fired?
No.
So, Mr. Wilson, you said that the shooter came from the left side of the house to the left of Marvin Tolliver's house. What happened? Describe what happened with the shooting.
As we was walking from the Chinaman, as we got closer, that's when the shots fired off and everybody jumped down.
What do you remember seeing about the shooter?
It was real dark, and it was at that time it was dark, and the only thing I saw was the fire coming from the gun.
So the only thing you saw were the flashes of the gun.
Correct.
What were the lighting conditions like around Marvin Tolliver's house?
It was like real dark because of the street lighting.
What about the street light?
The street light had a tree in front of it.
Mr. Wilson, you mentioned that you could only see gun flashes. Could you see anything about the shooter, such as clothing or any identifiable characteristics?
Yeah, the flash showed a dark shadow, so the person had dark clothing on.
Mr. Wilson, after you realized that Rico Rogers had been shot, what happened next?
After he was shot, we was all standing above him at that time.
And before the police arrived, what did Michael Davis or Demora Stepp say about the shooting?
It had been, at that time they called him Trap, Christopher Dunn.
What did they say about Christopher Dunn?
They said that it had been him.
It had to have been him?
Yeah.
And before the police came, what was your response to them saying that?
I didn't believe so.
And why not?
3 days before then, it was another incident happened with Rico.
So let's talk about this incident. What do you remember happening 3 days before Rico Rogers was killed?
Rico's mother, boyfriend, jumped her, and we had ended up jumping him.
So let's break that down a little bit more. So you were living with Rico Rogers at the time,
Correct.
and Rico Rogers' mother was dating someone.
Correct.
When you say that Rico Rogers' mother's boyfriend jumped her, what do you mean by that?
He was putting his hands on her.
He was abusing her?
Yeah, correct.
So 3 days prior to the shooting, what did you and Rico Rogers and a few others do in response to that?
We jumped him real badly, and he was on the porch, ended up on the ground, badly beaten.
Where was this boyfriend living in May of 1990?
At that time, he was staying with us until that day.
After Rico Rogers was killed, did you ever see this man again?
No.
Now, Mr. Wilson, when the police arrived at the scene, did you speak to them about what you saw?
No, they had talked to us, but the other two guys was doing all the talking.
And what were you doing instead of speaking to the police?
I was quiet. I was normally quiet at that age.
Were you speaking with Rico Rogers' mother at all?
Yes.
What were you doing with Rico Rogers' mother?
I was mainly there comforting her because of the loss.
And why specifically would you be comforting Rico Rogers' mother?
Because she just recently lost another son.
Mr. Wilson, did the police ever try to contact you in their investigation?
No.
Did you ever speak to any prosecutor about Christopher Dunn's case?
No.
Mr. Wilson, after May 18th, 1990, did you pay any attention to this murder case?
No, not after that day.
Why weren't you paying attention to the murder case?
It was real sad at the time. Like I said, I was more with the mother, trying to comfort her, me and a few others.
And what happened to Rico Rogers' mother after the shooting?
After that, she started having cancer, so she was going back and forth to the hospital.
Mr. Wilson, at the end of 1990, where did you go?
A little bit after that, I moved with my brother on the South City.
So in the end of 1990, you moved out of the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood.
Correct.
Mr. Wilson, have you ever been incarcerated?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little more about that?
Back in '92, sale and possession of cocaine.
How long did you spend incarcerated?
Total of 4 years.
What prisons were you incarcerated in?
Boonville.
During that time, did you ever have any interaction with Christopher Dunn?
No.
Did you ever have any interaction with DeMorris Stepp?
No,
And since that time, since, about the year 2000, have you had any other felony convictions?
no.
Mr. Wilson, after May 18th, 1990, when was the next time that you spoke to someone about what you saw?
I believe it was 2018 or 2017.
What do you remember speaking to someone about?
Well, the guy came to the investigator. The investigator came to my house looking for me
What did the investigator talk to you about?
about Christopher Dunn case.
What did the investigator tell you?
He told me that he was locked up. I ain't know he was locked up at that time. So that's when he started talking about the case.
You mentioned it a little bit in that answer, but what was your reaction to learning that Christopher Dunn was still in prison?
I was shocked, and I was shocked because of that situation.
Between 1990 and 2016, 17, 18, when you spoke with this investigator, did you talk to anyone else about this case?
No,
Between 1990 and when you spoke with the investigator, did you ever talk to Christopher Dunn?
no.
How many times did you meet with the investigator?
Well, he came over a few times. He came over my house a few times.
About how many times do you remember?
I believe it was like 3 times that week and 3 the following.
Mr. Wilson, do you remember signing an affidavit in this case?
Yes.
Which visit do you remember signing this affidavit at with the investigator?
I believe it was maybe the last time.
And whenever you met with this investigator to sign the affidavit, what had you just gotten done doing?
I was just getting off of work. I was working graveyard. I was getting off of work. I was working graveyard shift.
Mr. Wilson, who prepared that affidavit?
He did from the multiple times he visited.
So the investigator prepared the affidavit and you signed it?
Correct.
Mr. Wilson, if you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. This is Movements Exhibit 10, and it was Habeas Exhibit 3. Mr. Wilson, do you recognize this document?
Yes. Yes.
What is this document?
This is the document that he had me sign.
This is the affidavit that you signed with the investigator.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, if you go to page 2 of your affidavit, apologies, go to page 1 of your affidavit. If you look in the 7th paragraph down in about the middle of the page, do you see where it says, "We had just been to Chinaman's restaurant and we were sitting there talking and eating our rice"? Do you see that?
No.
Are you on page 1 of your affidavit?
Are the page numbers labeled? Because he's on the first page.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Wilson, paragraph 6, it starts the night before. Do you see that?
Yes.
So at the end of that paragraph, it states, "We had just been to Chinaman's restaurant and we were sitting there talking and eating our rice." Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, but it didn't. It wasn't that day. We always sit there eating right.
So why did the investigator write this sentence in your affidavit to your knowledge?
Do you want to respond?
I can rephrase.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, whenever the investigator wrote this affidavit, it was after having multiple conversations with you?
Correct.
And what did you tell him about sitting on the porch and eating rice after visiting the Chinese restaurant?
It was several times I told him that we were sitting on the steps on the porch eating.
Is it possible that the investigator misconstrued you saying that you sat on the porch that night?
Correct.
And, Your Honor, I would note that this is all testimony that Mr. Wilson has already testified about in his habeas proceeding, but
Your Honor, I believe those objections would have been made at that time too, but I'd like to remove the objections for the record.
Okay. I think I'll sustain that objection unless you want to rephrase. I'll sustain that objection unless she wants to rephrase somehow.
Mr. Wilson, if you go to 2 paragraphs below that, that starts with the words "almost immediately," do you see that?
Yes.
And it states, "Almost immediately after the shots were fired and we had returned to Rico, I heard one of the others say, maybe it was Chris Dunn. It must have been Chris Dunn." Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then if you go to the last paragraph that starts, "Chris Dunn had recently been incarcerated."
Yes.
Now, the last sentence says, "During that same time, Chris had become affiliated with the Crips while in jail," correct?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the investigator that?
No.
What do you remember telling the investigator?
I was telling him about the neighborhood had changed from how it used to be until the Crips and Bloods came.
Mr. Wilson, going to the page 2, in the second paragraph, do you see where it starts, "I was standing"?
Correct.
And it states, "I was standing right next to Rico when he was shot." Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So whenever it says you were standing right next to Rico, what did you mean when you told the investigator that?
After the shooting, after everybody got up, after the shooting, when everybody got up, we was all standing next to Rico.
And Mr. Wilson, in the third paragraph, it starts, "I knew that." Do you see that?
Yes.
And it states, "I knew that Chris Dunn was light-skinned like myself, so if it had been Chris, I might have seen him or his light skin in the dark, but I could not see anything about the shooter, which would allow me or any of us to identify the shooter." Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what you remember telling the investigator?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, is everything else in your affidavit correct to your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, I have one final question for you. Why are you testifying here today?
Because the truth, he should never been here.
Could you explain a little bit more what you mean by that?
I know Christopher Dunn, and he's not that type of individual from my experience with him.
And if you had seen Christopher Dunn that night, would you be testifying here today?
Yes, I would have.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson, let me rephrase my question. If you had seen Christopher Dunn as the shooter that night, would you be here today testifying that Christopher Dunn was not the shooter?
Yes. I would, if he was the shooter, yes, I'd be here testifying against him. But by him, I know he's not the shooter, so it's the opposite.
Apologies, Mr. Wilson. Let me clarify. So your memory is that Christopher Dunn was not the shooter.
Correct.
And your relationship with Christopher Dunn would not change that.
Correct.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Hang on. There may be cross-examination. Ms. Eastep?
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
Now, you just testified that you knew that Christopher Dunn wasn't the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you did not see the shooter.
No.
And so you believe he wasn't the shooter, but you can't say because you did not see the shooter. Is that fair?
That's fine.
Okay. And Mr. Wilson, you're the same Eugene Wilson who was born on June 26, 73, is that correct?
Correct.
And back in May of 1990, and I know you circled it for us on this map, but you would agree with me, you can't see house numbers in this map, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you were residing at, was it 5751 Labadee?
Yes,
And am I saying that correctly?
yes,
Okay. And you testified a little bit about how you and your friends in the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood had nicknames.
correct,
I think you said Pig,
correct.
and that would have been Marlon Tolliver. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then I think you said Nuki. Was that Marlon's brother?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what his real name was?
no,
Okay. Nicknames were easier for you to remember?
yes,
Okay. And was your nickname Gino?
yes.
And then did Rico Rogers have a nickname?
No, we just call him Rick.
Ricky? Okay.
Rick.
But Ricky wasn't his given name, is that
Right.
fair?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so you're aware that when police investigate a crime, they create police reports.
Yes,
And so if there are police reports referring to Pig or Nuki or Gino, you just told me who those people would be.
yes,
And your house, Mr. Wilson, was on one end of Labadee, kind of close to the intersection. Was it the last house on the street?
yes,
Okay. And then Marlon Tolliver, or Pig, however you want me to refer to him, he circled his house in red. I'm going to come over here. Can you see the marker from where you are?
not really, but
Okay. So right here would have been this third house in from Clara. This would have been Pig's house.
correct.
Is that right? Okay. And so that was on the same side of the street as you?
Yes,
And then Rico, or Ricky, the victim, he was on the other side of the street, kind of right in the middle. Is that
correct,
fair?
correct.
And Mr. Wilson, you testified that you were hanging out with that kind of group of friends, kids from the neighborhood.
Correct.
Were they your friends?
Some of them I grew up with, and some of them was the new guys.
Like
so,
new acquaintances?
Yes,
And you testified that you hung out on Pig's porch.
correct.
There at the corner. That's the one at the corner of Clara and Labadee quite a bit.
Yes,
And on the night of the shooting, I don't know if you testified to this today, but you guys had been outside for quite a bit.
yes,
All day, were you about to say all day?
yes.
Or all night?
Well, most of the day.
Okay. And at some point, you and Pig, Marlon Tolliver, and do you remember another individual named Derry D or Derry Davis being there?
No,
Okay. Is it possible he was there and you just don't remember?
if he was, he probably showed up after the incident.
Okay. And so you leave the porch to walk to the Chinaman, which is about a block and a bit, a block and change down the street.
Correct.
Okay. And can't really tell from, and I'm not sure when this aerial view is from, but where's the entrance to Chinaman? Was it on Belt or was it on Labadee?
It was on Belt.
Okay, so you would go around the corner and enter from right here?
Correct.
And so when you left to go to the Chinaman, it's your memory that Rico Rogers, I know you may not remember their names, but the Demora Stepp and Michael Davis, the other kids,
Correct.
they were left behind.
Yes,
And your testimony is that you were walking towards Pig's house when you saw gunfire. Is that fair?
correct.
And you just looked at your affidavit, Mr. Wilson. I'm going to have you turn to it again. I believe it's still in front of you. It would be what's marked as Movements Exhibit 10. Is it you? Are you there?
Yes,
Okay. It's a big binder. It didn't look like that you had flipped that far. Okay, and you would agree with me, Mr. Wilson, that you initialed the front of this first page at the bottom right corner?
yes,
Okay. And at the top of the page, it says that first being duly sworn on your oath, you state the following facts. Did I read that correctly?
correct.
And then on the second page, you sign your name. Is that
Correct.
fair? Okay. And it says that you signed your name in front of a witness,
Yes,
correct? Okay. And so in that first page, on the sixth paragraph, just look along with me. I want to make sure I read this correctly. After you signed this affidavit attesting that it was true and under oath, right?
correct.
And then you had to be sworn in whenever you signed it.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified, or you swore in this statement that you were sitting, after having just been to Chinaman's restaurant, we were sitting there talking and eating our rice. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And your testimony is that the shots, well, I don't think you testified to it today, but looking at Movements Exhibit, I believe it's marked as 15, this photograph.
Correct.
This was from your, can I approach, Judge?
You may.
This was from your testimony at another hearing back in 2018. Do you recall that? Okay. And it's really difficult to see, so I just wanted to look at it together. But these initials in the bottom right corner, that's where you're testifying you were. And this, you can kind of see a little scribble there. This is where you're testifying the other kids were.
That was Rico was laying there after the shooting.
After the shooting, okay.
Correct.
And then there's a kind of a scribble in this corner. This is where you indicated at the habeas hearing that the gunfire or the shots were coming from.
Correct.
And I think you testified to this at that hearing, but at the time of the shooting of Rico's murder, the conditions in front of this house were quite different. This brush wasn't there.
Correct.
And I want to turn again to your sworn affidavit. If you can look on the first page, paragraph 7, the one that starts with suddenly.
Yes.
Okay, it says suddenly someone started shooting at us, quote, boom, boom, boom. The shots came from in front of the house to the west. So looking at that picture, in front of the house to the west of Rico's house, that is to the left, is that fair?
In front of the pig.
Do you want, I'm not sure it does, but maybe you can clarify, Ms. Eastep?
Oh, I apologize. I misspoke. You said that it came from the west of the house the porch that you were on.
Yes.
Okay. And so you circled that Pig's house is here. And then it looks like this lot, at least from when this aerial photograph was taken, is a vacant lot. At least here.
Now, yes.
Was it a vacant lot at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there was just a house in that picture, didn't we? My
Yes.
question is right to the left or to the west?
To the
of
west.
Pig's house. Was there a structure there?
No, it was it's the same.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to look back at, I think maybe we're misunderstanding each other. You could look back to movements 15 of the chart. And that's my fault. Maybe I asked a bad question. But this is, sorry, trying to get a better view. This is
Pig's house.
Pig's house. So this is not a vacant lot, correct? Right
No,
here.
that's a house.
Okay, okay.
Correct.
And so whenever you testified in your affidavit, when you talk about the house to the west, is that the house you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. And so looking at your affidavit, and I apologize, I'm having you flip back and forth. But looking at your affidavit, that paragraph, suddenly someone started shooting at us, boom, boom, boom. The shots came from in front of the house to the west. Did I read that correctly?
He wasn't there yet. You might
Oh,
need
I'm sorry. Do you see which paragraph I'm talking about? It starts with suddenly.
Suddenly. Yes.
So suddenly someone started shooting at us, boom, boom, boom. The shots came from in front of the house to the west. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And whenever the shots started, it's your testimony that you were on the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Wilson, whenever the shots started, what did you do? What was your physical reaction?
Everybody's reaction was to jump.
Well, I'm asking about your reaction.
My reaction is I jumped downwards towards the ground.
Jumped down towards the ground, so you kind of ducked?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then Whenever, and I think you tried to clarify this on direct examination, but on the second page of your affidavit, when you testify, or you swore to that first sentence, I was standing right next to Rico when he was shot. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Wilson, you talked a lot about the lighting conditions of the neighborhood, or at least surrounding Pig's house, right?
Correct.
And it was dark. You said that it was too dark to see where the shots came from.
No, not really.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look at, let's see. Or I'm sorry, I misstated that. It was dark where the gunshots were coming from. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a street light. I'm gonna point at this map again. I don't think it'll show us street lights, but so you can kind of see a shadow. There's a shadow of a street light here, which indicates maybe it'd be on the corner here. Is that fair?
No, it was more towards the house next door to Pig.
Okay, so there was one right here.
Yes, across the street.
Okay. So there was
Across the street from Pig. Yeah.
okay. So there was a street light across the street from Pig. So like maybe right here?
It was like more towards the building next door to Pig, across the street.
Well, let me ask you this. I'll have you come down here so that we know what you're talking about and mark it for us. I have a really small Sharpie. I don't know if we'll be able to see it. But could I ask you to come off the witness stand? And you have a marker. If you could just put in X where your memory is of where the street light was. Of where what? I'm sorry, Chris, where the street light was. Okay, and it seems like maybe that ink is drying out. Can you try to do it with this black one for me? Okay, and then I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna turn this way because I know the court reporter is trying to hear me. Do you recall a street light also being on this kind of corner of the street? Okay, and can you put an X where you recall that one being? You can use this one, it might be easier. Okay. I can hear you. He said, I'll say it was light. Right about here. Thank you. You can take this. All right, and there was to your memory, there were no lights on at the house coming from the inside?
Not really at the time.
Okay, any lights on the outside of the porches?
No, but we could still physically see each other.
You could still fit,
No, but we still physically see each other clearly.
okay. So it was pitch black, but you could still see each other.
Correct.
And so your testimony is that as you're walking up to the house, you can see the boys on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. So there was enough light to see someone that could have been a few feet away from you.
Correct.
All right. And you would have been a further away, or a different distance from the boys on the porch to the shooter. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Wilson, I know you've testified as to what you observed, but you can't say what DeMora Stepp saw, correct?
Correct.
And you can't say what Michael Davis saw.
Correct.
You would just be guessing or assuming.
I was assuming from they compliments back then.
Okay, so you're assuming what they saw based on what you could see.
Correct.
And you, in your sworn affidavit, and I think you're probably still there if you want to reference it, but you swore in that affidavit, and I think it's on the second page at near the top, that you knew that you may have been able to see Chris Dunn if it was him because he was light-skinned.
Correct.
Okay. And so it's also possible that someone could have seen a light shirt based on the lighting conditions.
Correct.
And your testimony, I think you said you were within, and when I say your testimony, that includes your previous testimony
Correct.
at the habeas hearing. but you've testified that you would have been within talking distance of the boys on the porch.
Yes, we could hear each other.
And when you say talking distance, I mean, is that just you can speak out loud and hear each other?
Correct.
Okay. And so the boys on the porch also could have been talking distance from the shooter.
Correct.
And you being talking distance from the boys on the porch, it's your testimony that there was enough light outside that you could see which direction they were looking.
Yes.
And let's see, you also, where was Demora's step when this happened? When the shooting started?
They was all sitting on the steps, the porch of the steps.
Okay. So not up on where you're walking into the front door?
No.
Kind of on the stoop?
On the steps.
Okay. And after the shooting, eventually, the police get there?
Yeah, a little bit after.
Okay. A few minutes?
Not that fast, because the people in the neighborhood start coming around.
People in the neighborhood started coming around?
Correct.
And, I mean, how long would you say, 5, 10 minutes before the police got there?
Well, not that long, because we had went up to let the mother know what happened.
Okay, so it was short, pretty quick they got there?
Yes.
All right. And you did not talk to the police?
No.
You saw that others were talking to the police?
Yes.
Did you see which of your friends spoke to the police?
Not, I don't know their name, but yes, there's a few of them.
So you saw that Pig spoke to the police?
No.
You didn't see that personally?
No.
You saw that Demora Stepp spoke to the police?
Yeah, they was with me. They was beside me when they was talking.
Okay. And then the next day, you were with some of those same guys. Pig, at least Pig was with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were in the neighborhood looking for Christopher Dunn?
Yes.
Okay. And the police made contact with your group at 5456 St. Louis Avenue?
Correct.
And I don't know, Mr. Wilson, because I'm not, well, looking at a bird's eye view is not very helpful to me, but is that address depicted in this bird's eye view or no?
Yes, it's the next block over.
Okay, I'll just have you kind of direct me. So I don't see a St. Louis Avenue on here.
It might,
Here.
Yes.
it might be easier if he just comes down and does
Yeah,
it.
can you come show me where that area would have been? Okay, so just what, up in this area. Okay, thank you. You can sit back down. Okay, so the next day, you're in the neighborhood with Pig looking for Christopher Dunn, and the police make contact with you kind of in this area.
Correct.
All right. And it's your testimony that you did not speak to them?
Yes.
And so you did not tell the police that Christopher Dunn was inside that house armed?
No.
And did you tell the police that as they were going in the house, you saw Dunn leave out the back and run?
No.
And you agree with, would agree with me that you never spoke to the police, at least after that day?
No.
And you could have.
I never talked to the police at that
Sure,
time.
but it's possible. You know how to contact them?
Yeah, I know how to contact them.
Okay.
Now.
And you knew that the police were looking for,
Objection as to what you knew about what the police were doing. Speculation.
well, Judge, first I would object to multiple counsel posing objections during a different counsel's witness. But,
Would you like to just rephrase, Ms. Estep?
well, I would, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, have you previously testified that you, well, let me ask you this. Whenever the police made contact with you that day and they talked to your friends and you didn't speak to them, is that all fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the police were looking for Dunn?
Correct.
Okay, so you knew that their purpose was that they were trying to find Christopher Dunn?
Objection, speculation.
He just answered yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
And at that time that the police contacted you and you knew they were looking for him, you knew that Demora Stepp was saying that Christopher Dunn was the shooter.
Objection to the state's evidence and speculation.
Well, let me direct your attention to your previous, you've testified previously in about this, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, if I can approach the witness, Judge.
You may.
Okay, I'm going to show you page 95 of your previous testimony. And I'm going to come over to you so we can look at it together and make sure I read it accurately, okay? All right. And then, starting on line 1, question, but you knew that's what the police were looking at. 2, answer. That's what they was looking at because everybody questioned. And you knew that some of the other people, you know, Demora Stepp, those people were saying that he did it, that Chris Dunn was the shooter. Answer. Well, that's what they said. It's a lot of them saying it. Right. And you knew they were saying it. Answer. Yes. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you may have agreed with me, Mr. Wilson, but I wasn't able to finish the question. But when the police, you encountered the police the next day, you knew that they were looking for Christopher Dunn because you knew people were saying he was the shooter.
Yes.
All right. And at that time, you didn't tell the police anything about what you've testified to here today.
No.
In May of 1990, you were aware that Christopher Dunn had just been incarcerated or had been released from incarceration.
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew he had just gotten out of custody. I don't know if it was jail or prison, but some sort of custody.
Yes.
And you testified that the Wells Goodfellow neighborhood had become a blood neighborhood.
Correct.
And at least younger kids in the neighborhood had been presenting as a blood.
Correct.
And and I'm using your words that I've seen from previous testimony, but when you say presenting as a blood, what does that mean?
Wearing the color red a lot.
Okay, so basically, maybe not affiliated with the gang officially, but wearing the colors associated with that gang. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And at the same time, in your sworn affidavit, and I'll direct you to the last paragraph of the first page. And just let me know when you're there. I know I'm making you flip around.
I'm here.
Okay. And it says, Chris Dunn had recently been incarcerated. While he was locked up, our neighborhood had become, and I read that correctly?
Yes.
And are those, to your knowledge, were those rival gangs?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And what colors did the Crips wear, or people presenting as Crips?
Blue.
And Mr. Wilson, I think it's clear from your testimony, you were very good friends with Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
And you grew up in the same neighborhood. I think, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. You testified, I think previously that you had been friends since you were 5.
I think maybe younger, but yeah, that's good. Around that time.
As a young child?
Yes.
Okay. And so in 1990, you had known him for at least 11 years, possibly longer.
Yes.
Because of that friendship, you felt that Christopher Dunn would never shoot at you.
I know for sure.
Okay. And you also knew that Christopher Dunn was friends with Marlon Tolliver, who we've been
Yes.
referring to as
The
Pig.
pig.
And because of that friendship, you don't feel he would ever shoot at Marlon Tolliver.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that he didn't even know Rico Rogers,
Not at all.
and that he wasn't friends with Demora Stepp,
Didn't know him.
wasn't friends with Michael Davis.
Didn't know him.
Okay, so didn't have that same kind of loyalty or friendship with them.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the only evidence is that the shooter was shooting towards the porch, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were not shot or hit.
No.
Marlon Tolliver was not shot or hit.
No.
And you didn't feel any bullets fly past you.
No.
And you know that Ricky got hit
Correct.
up in that porch area.
Correct.
Okay. And you were certainly not past that gated area yet.
No, not yet.
So at the time of the shooting, the only people on the porch where the shots were going towards were Ricky and the two other young boys that you didn't know that well.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the shooting didn't start until you had left the porch?
On our way back.
Sure, but it didn't start until you were no longer on the porch.
Correct.
And immediately after the shots were over, DeMaurice Stepp yelled out that it was Christopher Dunn.
Yes.
Have you testified to that previously?
Yes.
Hang on a second. Well, I'll let you proceed, Ms. Eastep.
Thank you, Judge. Can I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you page 78. Again, I'm just going to do this so we can look at it together and we can make sure I'm reading it correctly. And I'm going to start with line 10, or I'm sorry, line 11, question. They were sitting on the steps of, I stand up here, my feet hurt. Sorry, I apologize. So line 10, well, I'll start over for Miss Chris. So line 9, so they were in front of the porch, question, answer. Yeah, but they was all sitting on the steps. Question, they were sitting on the steps of the porch, answer, on the steps. Question, okay, and tell me exactly what you observed or heard at the time of the shots right now. Answer, after it was all over with, Demetrius, I think that's his name, Demetrius, question, I believe that's his name. Are you talking about, and then the attorney said DeMaurice, and you said DeMaurice. The attorney said Steph, question mark, and you said DeMaurice. He yelled out Christopher Dunn. I'm sorry, and then the court intervened and said, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? And you said, he had yelled out that it was Christopher Dunn. And then you said, but we couldn't see nothing but the fire. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, so immediately after the shooting stopped, he yelled out it was Christopher Dunn.
Correct.
And that was before the police arrived?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. Ms. Moore, do you have further questions? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hey.
Mr. Wilson, you testified on direct that you referred to Rico Roger as a brother, correct?
Correct.
And at the time you were living with Rico Rogers and his mother?
Correct.
You also testified that your relationship with Rico's mother was very close, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Wilson, why did you not speak to the police the night of May 18th, 1990?
Well, I had a lot of bad experience with the police at a young age.
And what were you doing when the police were speaking with people in the area that night?
I was trying to avoid them.
And were you speaking with Rico Rogers' mother?
Yes, I was comforting her at that time. Yes.
And Mr. Wilson, to your knowledge, was Christopher Dunn affiliated with any gangs?
No, not. He just had blue on that day, and everybody assumed that he was the Crip.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anything further, Ms. Eastep?
Just one question, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Mr. Wilson, whenever the police made contact with you the following day, when you were with Tig,
Yes.
at that time you were no longer comforting Rico Rogers' mother.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Can Mr. Wilson, you can step down. Thank you for your testimony. I guess you can give those markers back to Ms. Moore.
Your Honor, at this time, the Circuit Attorney intends to read the testimony of both DeMaurice Stepp and Curtis Stewart.
Judge, can we approach?
You may. Let's approach over here. What? On the record, probably.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, at this time, we will read the designated testimony of Curtis Stewart in the 2018 habeas proceedings. I believe that is exhibit.
Judge, I provided this exhibit to you electronically, because it's a large document. If you want to follow along, I have a paper copy I can provide the court.
Did you email it to me? Is that
No,
what?
it's in the-
Oh, it's in here.
It's in it on a flash drive. I know you have your laptop up, so I just didn't know.
Yeah, I got a lot of big binders here.
I have a copy of it for you.
But if you have a copy, that'd be great.
Well, Judge, may I?
You may. Thank you. Yeah, got it. You're good.
And Judge, this is in tab 3, starting on page 49.
What page?
49.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And I would note for the record that these designations were provided to the Attorney General in advance, and we received no objections.
Okay.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Curtis Stewart?
And are you currently in prison?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, before you were convicted and sent to prison, were you in the city workhouse?
Yes.
And that was awaiting trial in your case?
Yes.
How old were you when you caught your murder case?
15.
Okay. So could you describe what part of the jail you were incarcerated in?
I was in dorm 10 of the city workhouse.
So you were in there with other youthful men accused of crimes in the city?
Yes.
Were you in there with a man named DeMorris Stepp?
Yes.
And about what time frame would it have been that you were in the workhouse with him in the same?
From around like 90 to 91, but it was like in 91.
Okay. And do you recall overhearing any conversations that he had about testifying against Christopher Dunn?
Yes, sir.
What do you recall about that?
That he was talking over the phone at the time, and he said he didn't really know who killed the guy, Rico. And then a short period later, he said, I don't really give a fuck, no way. You know, I'm getting a deal out of it.
Okay. And did you know Mr. Stepp or Mr. Dunn from the streets before you were in jail?
Yeah.
And how did you know them?
Just by hanging around the neighborhood.
Okay. And you were of similar age to these other men?
Yeah, me and DeMorris Stepp is the same age.
So did you hear him say anything else about his testimony against Mr. Dunn?
No, not in particular, other than the conversation that he had over the phone. But right afterwards, him and another guy ended up having a fight over it because of what he said over the phone.
Do you remember who this other man was?
His name was Anthony Green.
Okay, and did you witness this fight?
Yes, we was all in the juvenile dorm together.
And what precipitated that?
Because he said that after the conversation over the phone, a lot of other guys was approaching Stepp about the conversation. And then it got the Sandman all, we got beef, meaning that, you know, him and Mr. Dunn had problems, was on the street. And he was saying that it ain't not rules when you got beef and stuff like that. So, you know, him and the other guy to fighting on account of that.
You might have to explain what in layman's terms, what did you take that to mean what Mr. Stepp said?
As far as what?
What about the beef? Yeah. About the beef, yeah.
that they had problems on the street.
Okay. And did he say anything else about why he was going to agree to testify against Mr. Dunn?
No, he just said that he was getting a deal out of it, so he didn't care.
And because of this incident, this fight, was Mr. Stepp transferred out of the dorm?
Yes, both of them got locked up. They went to the hole, and then he didn't come back to the dorm.
Who did you tell before that? You said a fight broke out about it. So how did everyone find out that Mr. Stepp had been making these comments?
Because all of us overheard him from the phone. We was in a small dorm in the city workhouse. They have small dorms with just 10 bunks in there. So, the phone is just right out in the open. And so that's how the fight broke out, because they also overheard the conversation as well.
So he just said that loudly enough for everyone to overhear?
Well, it's, like I said, we just in a dorm right there. The phone's just right there, and the TV is right next to the phone. So we was all right there, so that's how I kind of like it festered from there.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Just so I know, Miss Moore, Miss Husan, we're doing another witness now. Is that the plan?
Judge, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. You admitted movements 1 through 30, and movements 29 is the affidavit of Craig Speck and the 2015 Michael Davis interview, the transcript. And we, at this time, would move to admit movements 38, which is the actual recorded interview of Michael Davis talking to the investigator. And we would request at this time that we admit that recording, since we've already admitted the transcript, and that we be able to play that recording so that you can hear from Mr. Davis himself what he remembers about that night.
Any
Objection as to the transcript that this is hearsay, never been actually established that Michael Davis made these statements, or he's never appeared and verified them, he's never testified in a cross-examination.
Okay.
It wasn't previously admitted in a habeas proceeding, so that's an additional objection to the prior.
Okay. But what number is this, 38?
So the transcript would be movements 29.
Okay, I see.
And then movements 38 is just the recorded audio of movements 29.
Okay.
And we would just ask to be able to play movements 38 in conjunction with the transcript rolling by so that you can hear from Mr. Davis.
Okay. I will overrule your objections at this time and allow that to be played.
Thank you, Judge.
And do you know about how long it is?
I believe it's about 40 minutes.
Okay. So maybe we'll do that and then we'll break for lunch. Does that
That
sound
sounds
good?
great, Judge.
Okay. Is that okay with you guys? Yes. Okay.
17th. It is approximately 9:50, 09:50 hours. And I am in an interview room with Mr. Michael Davis. And could you say and spell your name?
Michael Davis, MICHAEL, DAVIS.
And you're a junior?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Michael Davis Jr. And Michael, what's your jail ID number?
188198.
And that's for, we're in Solano County. That's your Solano County. You're currently incarcerated right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
8977.
Okay. Michael, I'm here to speak to you regarding an incident that occurred back on May 19th in 1990 involving a homicide. And to clarify your involvement or your account of that particular incident. So what I'd like to ask you, first of all, is at that time, did you live at 5563 Terry in St. Louis?
Yes, sir.
In 1990?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long had you been friends with Rico Rogers?
Childhood friends, right? Since I'd known him since we went to school, elementary.
In 1990, you would have been 13 years old?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had known him since like first grade, or if you're 13 years old, you're in junior high school, or so you've known him for several years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the shooter who shot at you, Rico and DeMorris?
No, sir.
You did not? So you don't recall seeing anybody shooting at you on that particular occasion?
No, sir.
Were you scared when this happened?
I wasn't scared, but it happened.
But you were in fear because people were shooting in your direction.
Right.
Did at that time, at the time of the shooting, do you recall where you were? The address that you were at?
No, sir.
Would it have been in the 5600 block of Labadie or Labadie?
Yes. But yeah, I'm not getting familiar with the streets no more. I haven't been out there in so many years, but
Yeah. Who first brought up Christopher Dunn's name to you?
no one never brought his name. I think we brought up his name because we didn't like it. He was terrorizing the neighborhood.
So tell me again, why was Chris Dunn's name brought up in this investigation to police officers?
Because he was the last person who got in an argument with Ricky.
Okay. Do you know what that argument was about?
There was some gangbanging stuff. There had to be some gangbanging stuff.
Did you or DeMorris ever tell the police or the prosecutor that Rico had shot a man the day before?
Yes.
And did you tell the police or the prosecutor or both?
We never talked to no prosecutors and that. We just did an actual interview with the police afterwards, after the shooting, and then several years down the line, they come pull me from California back down to St. Louis, show me some pictures, and tell me that, well, they had Ricky Mama contact me in California because I wasn't gonna come. You know what I'm saying? Because by the time I'm at the age of, well, it seemed like snitching. You know what I mean? And so I wasn't gonna come. So they had Ricky Mom called me and coerced me and cried and coerced me down. But you know what I'm saying? So I went down. Then when I got down there to St. Louis, I denied it again, and they showed me pictures of Ricky that night, and they're like, "This is what he did to your friend. You better go up in there and get him out the way, because he can do it to somebody else." You know what I'm saying? If not, and so I went in there on that and just said it was him. I didn't know it was him. Never seen him. I only seen him a few times in my whole life anyway. Didn't know him. You know what I'm saying? By conversation, we never said any thing to each other. It was just out of animosity. We said it was him. Basically, we wanted somebody to pay for it. He argued with Ricky, so we said it was him. We didn't know it was him. We never had no idea. We didn't know he shot at us that night. We don't know if he was trying to shoot it. We don't know if they were shooting at Ricky or all of us. It could have been some Bloods, some Crips shooting at us because we was Bloods at the time. Ain't no telling who shot. Ricky was just the unfortunate one to get shot that night.
Okay. And so, so just to back up and clarify, the police department, the detectives with the police department, did they interview you the day after Ricky was shot?
They interviewed us that night, never interviewed us again.
Okay, they interviewed you that night, and they issued a picture of Ricky after he was shot, and they said,
no. We went in there, like I said, we went in there as animosity that night that Ricky got shot. We said it was him, right? Okay, now, that's all they did is the initial interview after who was the witnesses. You know, the police say who's the witnesses, they take you downtown, they interview you, you know what I'm saying, so they can go after a suspect or whatever. And that was it. I didn't hear from the police until I was like already in, you know what I'm saying, 19, or whatever age I was at. But I was already in California for several years before I heard from the police again. I guess after he fought his trial for so long, it was time for him, you know what I'm saying, to get it, you know what I'm saying, he was going to trial, you know what I'm saying, and that's when they came together. That's when I came down there, and then I don't know if it was the same detectives, but they still around at the time, or some more detectives taking over the case, but they was the ones who showed us pictures before, because I wasn't going to go back up in there and testify on the stand, you know what I'm saying, once they got me down there. And then that's when they showed me pictures right then and there. Several years later, like, this is your friend, you don't let them do this to your friend, you know what I'm saying, woo, woo, woo. And so they coerced me to go up in there and say he did it, so I went, when I know oath and a lie, I said he did it. I've never seen him do it, you know what I'm saying.
okay. When you use the word coerce, did they offer you an incentive for your testimony against Christopher Dunn?
They offered nothing. They just offered us.
So they just encouraged you to continue pointing Christopher Dunn as the suspect in the shooting of Ricky.
Yes, sir.
So, did you see the man who Rico shot the day before? Ricky, AKA Rico, AKA Ricky, had shot the day before?
His mother's boyfriend.
Ricky's mother's boyfriend?
I think so. I think it was that.
Do you know what his name was? Do you know how old he was? Was he older than, he was an older person?
He was an older man.
In his 20s or?
I wouldn't even know.
Okay.
He's probably about in his 20s, 20s to 30s or something like that.
Did he look similar? Did he look like Christopher Dunn? Did those two, did those?
I know one thing, Christopher Dunn's light skinned. And I know Ricky's dad was dark skinned, but Ricky's stepdad, I don't think so. If I ain't mistaken.
Okay.
From what I was saying.
Okay, so the person, the man who Ricky shot the day before did not look anything like Chris Dunn. Okay. Were you encouraged by any police officer or detective to say that Chris Dunn did this shooting?
Well, yeah, like I said, after when my mom got out the airport and I wasn't going to testify. You know what I'm saying? But even when they got me down to the police, when they got me down to the courthouse or whatever, I'm like, man, I'm not going to testify against the dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if he did it, but this time they didn't want me to come way down there. He was already in trial. They flew me down there on their expense. So I did. They forced me to basically like put the pictures in front of me and say, this is what he did to your friend. You know, put all the pictures in front of me. I said, Ricky Headley, you know what I'm saying? And all that. And bam, I said, okay.
And this is years later.
It's years later.
After the shooting
It was
though.
after the shooting. This is after, years after the shooting.
Okay.
I got out about the shooting. It wasn't even in my mind anymore until I was subpoenaed to come to St. Louis.
Do you know what year that was?
It was in his 90s though. It was in the 90s, so.
Okay. So, in the days after the shooting, Rico was shot, did the police or anybody offer you or encourage you to say that Chris Dunn?
Nobody never came to see me. Nobody could come see me because I went to California right after that. Like about 2 weeks after that, we flew to California because my mama came to live with her sister.
Okay.
So they couldn't contact me. They didn't know where I was at. Probably took them years and years to get caught up with me. They probably would never get caught up with me if I wasn't in the system.
Okay. When you went back, they flew you back at their expense.
Yeah, they flew us back.
Did they tell you to say anything?
No, they just say, go in there and testify, do your testimony. This is what he did to your friend. Basically, they did it with the pictures. It wasn't much for them to say. All they did was show me the pictures with his head blown off, and that's what he did to your partner. So that was right. That's enough right then and there. They didn't ask me again, like, well, are you sure this was the dude that did it? You know what I mean? Because why don't you know who I know? I haven't said any doubts. You know, no, they didn't do none of that. They just showed me pictures and said, do you go in there and testify against him? Because this is the, you know what I'm saying, what he did to your friend.
Okay. So it was an emotional thing for you.
I had his mother, you know what I'm saying, she called me the day before in California, crying and talking about, please get rid of this guy, he don't need to go on the street, he's a monster, this and that and this, you know what I'm saying, so I was still something with a child then, so early teens or whatever, and so I went with that to help her out, you know what I mean, keep her crying and all that stuff.
Did you ever have a meeting, or did you ever sit down with the prosecutor of this trial and discuss what you were going to say or anything like that?
Mine was on the last minute. They flew me in. I don't know what Mars did. They just flew me in for my testimony.
Okay.
Point the finger. That was it.
Okay.
Who was this?
You didn't have a pre-trial
Didn't have no
discussion?
trial discussion. Just it's the man in the court. Yes. Whereas he pointed to him right there. He took me off the stand. It was over with.
Whose idea was it for you to say at trial that you knew Christopher Dunn as a friend?
Who idea was at the trial?
Yeah.
No. There wasn't nobody. We didn't know him as a friend. We just knew him. We knew him. We knew him. Or knew of him. You know what I mean? And he wasn't our friend though. He was just a guy in that neighborhood.
Did you make a comment to somebody at one point in this trial process that you knew Christopher Dunn and as a friend?
I don't think so. He was my friend. Now that I look back, I don't know what I was saying back then. I was just saying stuff pretty much to tell you the truth.
Okay. Have you ever been offered leniency or expulsion of criminal charges on behalf of your testimony in the Christopher Dunn case?
I'm not.
Okay. You weren't facing any charges when you went back there to testify, or at the night or a couple nights, days after Ricky was shot?
I didn't have a criminal history when Ricky was shot.
Okay.
Never been in jail a day in my life.
And when they flew you out to St. Louis years later, did you have any criminal charges or anything pending?
I had criminal charges, but I wasn't, they didn't need to, it was nothing I asked them for, because I wasn't in jail at the time, so I didn't need nothing.
Okay.
You know
And they didn't offer you any incentive for leniency on the charges that you were facing? Okay, there was no discussion about that? Okay. Why have you decided to tell the truth about Christopher Dunn and the shooting incident now?
Because I know that we wasn't telling the truth at the time. I know we didn't know. We just didn't ask Christopher Dunn because he was a crip in my neighborhood, staring up around the basket. He was really not liked in our whole neighborhood, like, put it like that. And we just wanted to get rid of him. I guess we was kids, you know what I'm saying? That's the way it went. That's how the story went. And, you know, on the back of my mind, it always hit me with, you know what I'm saying? After I got to jail and seeing people get convicted for murder and all that, it comes back to you like, man, I testified on the man that I don't even know if you did that. You know what I'm saying? So I hear now I'm given a second chance, you know what I'm saying, to reverse my testimony. So I went with it.
Okay. And so I take it that this has been on your mind for a long time?
Yeah.
And you feel that in hindsight, it wasn't fair for you to point the finger at Christopher Dunn? Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Without actually seeing him do it, it's just not
What about that bothered you the most? About fingering Christopher Dunn for this? What bothered you the most about that wore on your conscience the most?
I got a man, but I don't know. Did he get sentenced for that?
Yes.
To life or something?
Yes, he's still in prison.
Since that day I testified on him, and from the day that the murder happened?
Yes.
Yeah, I took a man's life away, and I didn't even see him do it. I don't know what I'm saying? somebody did something and you didn't know and you take their whole life away, you know what I'm saying? It's hell in prison, you know what I'm saying? Or just being away for something that I don't even know if that man did that. I don't know, man. I did that. I never seen him do it. I don't know if he did it, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. I didn't see him do it, so I can't say he did. Could have been anybody there. Could have been Ricky's stepfather over there trying to get back at him. You know what I'm saying? That's the most, you know what I'm saying, logical to the thing, you know what I'm saying? It would probably be him. I don't know what I'm saying. We didn't know.
Okay. Was Christopher Dunn at the house or near the house that night of the shooting, of Ricky's shooting? Did you see him that night at all, or the previous day? Or, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you and DeMorris and a couple of others are on the front porch at the home. And when you were out there, and up until the shooting occurred and even after the shooting, of Ricky's shooting, did you see Christopher Dunn that night or at any time during those events? Do you recall what the shooter was wearing?
It was like a sniper. We never seen the shoot. It was dark. We never seen the shoot. You know what I'm saying? Only thing that really made me really want to do it because Ricky was sitting in front of me on the porch, right? And some other people. When the shots went off, me and Ricky went. There was a porch, so me and Ricky went behind like the blind side, like the side of the porch where you can't get hit, right? Ricky fall down. I'm thinking Ricky just trying to hide right there, so I fall down with him. You know what I'm saying? And all the time, I see some red stuff coming out of Ricky's head, and then he was shot. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking at the same time, what makes me mad was that could have been me. What if I jumped off the porch in front of Ricky? You know what I'm saying? And I would have been shot. You know what I'm saying? This just wasn't my time. So that's the whole thing had me mad. You know what I'm saying? About the whole little thing here. So I wanted somebody to pay. You know what I mean? But like I said, I couldn't. We didn't know. It was like a sniper. It was bullets. Bullets came out. We didn't know. We have idea where it came from the sound of the shots. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't nobody but probably me and DeMorris. Nobody else wanted to come because it was more than me and DeMorris on the porch at the time of the shots. Probably about 4 of us out there. 4 or 5 of us on the porch. And then the rest of our friends was going to the store. They just walked off and they ran back because they heard the shot. It was like sniper. We never seen the shooter.
So you don't know if the shooter was in a car? It wasn't a drive-by that you
He couldn't have been in a car. He had to be like on the side of one of the buildings. Because it's like in St. Louis, it was a lot of apartment buildings, abandoned apartment buildings. You know what I'm saying? Gutted from like it'd be a few houses and it'd be like skyrocket like little apartment buildings. That's you know what I'm saying. So he had to be like an apartment. It had to be somebody from either he was in the apartment building shooting, or it was on the side of Nuki and Pig in them house shooting. You know what I'm saying? And the way he couldn't be on the side of Nuki and Pig in them house because the shots was like a little bit farther. So he had to be like at the house next door shooting out the black out the numbers in the dark. We never seen him. Never seen him at all.
Okay. And just to clarify what you were just saying, you're talking about Nuki.
That's the house that Porch was on.
Okay. And who is Nuki? That's his nickname?
Yeah.
And what is his real name?
I don't know that real name. That's nobody nickname.
Okay. Is it spelled, do you know how to spell it or, okay. And then Pig, is that Mr. Tolliver?
Guy at the house, the 2 guys the Porch was on.
Who is Pig?
That's the Porches we was on.
But who is Pig?
That's Nuki's brother.
And what's Nuki's brother's name?
I don't know their names.
Okay.
We just know about their nicknames. I mean, I probably did know their names back then, but I don't know their names now.
So you guys never said hi, it wasn't that you were friends or?
Could have been friends, because he was like a teenager and I was a youngster.
Okay. So had you met Christopher Dunn prior to the night of the shooting? Had you actually face-to-face met him?
I knew Christopher Dunn because, only way I knew Christopher Dunn because he was messing with a girl in our neighborhood. That's the only reason. He was messing with a girl in our neighborhood.
Okay.
And and I'll be down there sometime and I see him coming out. I see him coming in and out the house. That's the only reason I knew.
Okay. What girl?
I don't know. Okay. At this time, I couldn't even figure it out right now.
Okay.
Years ago.
But you never had conversation with Christopher Dunn or interacted with him?
Interacted with him, never said anything to him, never really seen him, a couple of times.
Okay. Prior to the shooting?
Prior to the shooting.
Okay. Do you recall that within days of Ricky's shooting, it's believed that there was another shooting in that general area? Do you recall that within the next few days that there was another shooting in the area?
Another shooting, I don't know nothing about it.
Okay.
Because see, that part of the neighborhood, I come down and play with my older friends. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even supposed to be in there because they were too old for me, my moms. I lived up Terry Point. That's our part of the neighborhood. We all knew each other. We all went to the same schools. But they part down there was a little bit better than the part where I was at. You know what I mean? So I sneaks down there and go be with them. You know what I mean? So if it did happen to shooting around there, I wouldn't even, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even know.
Okay. So you don't recall anybody getting shot in the days that followed Ricky's shooting? Okay. So just to summarize our conversation, is it your statement that you and DeMorris Stepp accused Christopher Dunn or told the police that Christopher Dunn shot Ricky because you wanted to get him out of the neighborhood and you didn't like him because he was a Crip and you were Bloods? And you actually never saw Christopher Dunn, and you don't know who the shooter was that shot Ricky?
You know, I certainly didn't see him. I'm sure Christopher Dunn didn't see me. Not Christopher Dunn, but DeMorris didn't see him either. That's why he came back and gave his testimony.
Okay. And can I be confident that you would swear to this statement?
Yes, I would swear to the state.
And that it's the truth?
It's the truth.
Okay. All right, I'm going to, unless you have anything else to say, I'm going to conclude this interview.
I have nothing else to say.
Okay. It is approximately 10:20 a.m. and we have concluded this interview.
So, lunchtime now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I'm a few minutes early, and we have tried to get the heat turned down out here, but I don't know if it's going to work out. It's really delightful back in my office, but we can't all fit back there, unfortunately. So, are we ready to proceed again? Okay. I'll let you call your next witness or whatever you're doing next. Are you Mr. Roeder? Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, you may step up here. Just as previous witnesses, speak loudly into the microphone and let them finish the whole question before answering, and if there's an objection, let me rule on it before answering. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roeder.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the judge.
Scott Roeder.
What is your occupation?
I'm a crime scene reconstruction specialist.
Where do you work?
I own a company called Evidence Room.
And what does the evidence room do?
We create forensic animations, provide crime and shooting scene reconstruction services, expert testimony for criminal and civil cases.
How long have you owned the evidence room?
I opened the Evidence Room in 2002.
And have you worked for the evidence room since 2002?
Yes, I have.
In your work at the evidence room, do you perform crime scene reconstructions and shooting scene reconstructions?
Yes, I do.
How many shooting scene reconstructions have you performed?
Several hundred since I started my company in 2002, and several dozens prior to that in my prior employment.
Where did you work prior to the evidence room?
I had two jobs prior to opening my company that did similar types of services. One company was called the Litigation Visuals, and the other company was called the Visual Evidence Company.
And when did you work at Litigation Visuals?
From 1999 to 2001.
Did you perform crime scene reconstructions at the Litigation Visuals?
Yes.
When did you work at the Visual Evidence Company?
I started there in, I believe, 1994, 95, and I worked there until I left for the Litigation Visual Company.
Did you perform crime scene reconstructions at the Visual Evidence Company?
I did. It was more in an earlier capacity where I was more of a specialist in the field of demonstrative evidence at that time. However, we did for our clients, the City of Cleveland Police Department, several reconstructions of shooting scenes for the police department.
Generally, what is your methodology for performing a crime scene reconstruction?
Well, typically when we get hired to consult on a case, we want to have a bit of a mission statement of what we are intended to do. Whether it's a crime scene reconstruction, a shooting scene reconstruction, whether we're going to be providing a forensic animation. And then once we have a goal in mind of what our product is going to be for the consultation, we do a full review of the materials that are provided by the client. In this case, I think it was a $1,300 document discovery that we received. And after we do that review, we typically build a 3D model of the environment where the incident took place. After we build that 3D model, we go about adding in the evidence, physical and forensic evidence, bullet casings, blood spatter, positioning of bodies, so on and so forth, whatever is documented in the scene. After that, it's important to add in the human characters and track their movement from starting to ending position. From there, we'll add lighting, sound, and motion, and then set it to render.
Can you briefly explain what's the difference between a crime scene reconstruction and a shooting scene reconstruction?
Sure. A crime scene reconstruction is more of a general overview of any kind of a crime. It could be an edged weapon crime. It could be a burglary. It could be a death by vehicle, or even a punch, whatever the case may be. A shooting scene is a type of crime scene that falls under the general category of crime scene reconstruction.
Do you use a software in creating crime scene reconstructions?
Yes, we use industry standard software, 3D software called Maya. We also use 3D Studio Max, and then we use a supplementary software package called After Effects that gives us the ability to add lighting, textures, and realistic movement.
In what kinds of cases have you done crime scene reconstructions?
Several hundreds of cases we've done crime scene reconstruction, from homicide, shooting, edged weapons. Shooting scenes are one of the more frequent crime scenes that we do. But any kind of a crime that results in litigation that we get retained on, there's been quite a few different types of crime scenes, but typically it'll be a shooting scene that we'll do probably 80% of the time.
Have you ever worked with law enforcement?
Yes, I have, many times.
In what capacity?
As a consultant and as an expert.
Have you participated in law enforcement crime scene investigations?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
As a consultant and as an expert.
Can you name a few of the law enforcement agencies you've worked with?
Sure. The Cleveland Police Department, the Chicago Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Orlando Police Department, worked with NYPD, Columbus, Cincinnati, so on and so forth. Quite a few.
Have you visited crime scenes?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly explain what the difference between a hot crime scene and a cold crime scene is?
Sure. A cold crime scene, well, I'll go with the hot crime scene first. The hot crime scene is typically a scene where there's still live evidence in the scene that is being documented, recorded, and has not been secured and released. A cold crime scene would be any kind of a crime scene that has already been released from active investigation.
Have you been to hot crime scenes?
Yes, I have.
Have you been to cold crime scenes?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of crime scene the scene in this case would be categorized as?
This would definitely be a cold crime scene.
Do you have any degrees or certifications in your field?
Yes, I have several dozens. I think of last count was, I think it might be 600 credited hours of training from accredited institutes like the Public Agency Training Council, the International Homicide Investigators Association, the American Crime Scene Reconstruction Association, and the University of New Haven School of Forensic Science in New Haven, Connecticut.
Do you have any education specifically in blood spatter or bloodstain patterns?
I do. I received blood spatter training from the Long Beach Police Department, and I've also received it from Dr. Tracy Corey through the Public Agency Training Council.
Are you on any committees or boards for any professional organizations?
Actually, yes. Just this year, I've been appointed to the Ethics Board for the Crime Scene Reconstruction Association of America.
What do you do as a member of the Ethics Board?
We review complaints against other members for violations of ethics and any kind of, violation of our code of conduct.
Can you briefly tell the judge about any awards or accolades you have received in your field?
Sure. I think the one I'm most proud of is I received an award from the University of New Haven School of Forensic Science from Dr. Henry Lee for significant contributions to the field of forensic science for my work in the as a forensic animation expert.
What is the rate that you charge for your reconstruction services?
For everything that we do, we charge $500 per hour and $600 per hour for deposition and testimony.
Have you ever been certified as an expert before?
Yes, several times.
In what topics have you been certified?
Crime scene reconstruction, shooting scene reconstruction, evidence collection, forensic photography, forensic animation, and video analysis.
Have you testified in a courtroom before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
In front of a jury, I think 24, 25 times now, but you could tack on another 20 for motion in limines and Daubert hearings and that kind of a thing.
Did you make a shooting scene reconstruction in this case?
I have, yeah, I did.
Were the methods that you used to make the reconstruction in this case the methods typically used by experts in your field?
Yes, they are.
Did you review documents in this case?
I did.
Did you rely on any documents in making your reconstruction?
Yeah, I rely on the totality of the documents that I review as we interpret the interrelationship of that evidence.
Were the documents that you relied on in this case the documents typically relied on by experts in your field?
Yes.
Motion to certify as an expert in crime scene reconstruction and shooting scene reconstruction, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
I don't think it's necessary for the court to certify or not certify experts. I'm sorry. Keep asking questions.
I didn't hear.
Say that again, Mr. Crane.
So I don't think it's necessary for the court to certify expert witnesses, but if there, I don't have any objection. That's how it proceeds.
Okay. Given what I've heard, I think I will certify him as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you create a report in this case?
I did, yes.
If you could turn to tab 35 in your binder. It's also going to be on the screen as well.
I get it. It's a big binder. I've got it.
Do you recognize this document?
Sorry, Judge, I pressed up the microphone here.
That's okay.
There we go.
It'll just ruin it for all the rest of the witnesses. Great job.
Yeah, I've got it here now.
Okay, what is the document?
This is the report that report of my investigation dated April the 5th of 2024.
Is tab 35 or exhibit 35 a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit exhibit 35, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
Okay, now on the screen, I'm going to show you exhibit 34. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the forensic animation that is the companion to my investigation.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the video you prepared in this case?
I believe it is, yes.
And would it be correct for me to refer to this as the reconstruction?
Yes.
Motion to admit exhibit 34, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
What did you do to prepare exhibit 34?
Well, this is a forensic animation, so after we conducted our report of investigation and reviewed the materials, put together the 3D model, added the physical and forensic evidence as documented in the file, reviewed all witness statements that were available. We put this is the animation that we put together that reflects the opinions reflected in the report and the facts that we believe are verifiable in the file.
Did you have to manually input values into your software to create exhibit 34?
Yeah, there is some manual work that goes into it. There is some, work that the computer does do, but we do need to input data manually as we receive certain values. Like, for example, the lot size, the street width, the position of the light posts, and that kind of a thing. Those are all manual values that we put in based upon the documents in the file.
After exhibit 34 was rendered, did you have to manually change any values or manually alter the reconstruction in any way?
Well, we manually tweak the animation. There's certain things that the animation doesn't do perfectly, such as human movement. So we can put a track, for example, for a person, say 1, where we start them at position A and then they finish at position B. So we can track that movement, and the animation does, the software does allow for the interpolation of that animation, but we need to tweak sometimes the body motion, the legs, how they move, to make it look organic.
Did you visit the scene to prepare exhibit 34?
I did not.
Do you typically do scene visits when creating reconstruction videos?
Typically we do, yes.
Do you consider them important usually?
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever possible, where it's valuable, we like to go to the scenes and take our own measurements.
Why are scene visits typically important to do before creating a reconstruction video?
Well, because you want to be as accurate as possible to the environment as it exists, as close to the crime scene or the event date as possible. In this particular case, I didn't get the case until 33 years after the incident took place, and the environment is substantially different now than it was 34, 33 years ago. So we primarily relied upon the photographs in the file, and then we relied upon Google Earth images and other publicly available images for scale and environment.
Have you been to the scene since preparing your reconstruction?
Yes, I went last night at midnight.
And did that change your opinions in any way?
No, it didn't change it. It confirmed, I think, the accuracy of the model as we have it designed.
You said you used photos from the file and imaging online to render the scene to fit May 18th, 1990.
As close as possible, yes.
What years were you able to see imaging of?
On Google Earth, you have the ability, like most recently, you can get a Google Earth image, say, of this area every 6 months now. But when you go back prior to the year 2000, it's usually once a year, and then even then sometimes it's once every 3 years, depending on the need for, because back in those days, they literally flew an airplane over the area, took a photograph, and then uploaded it onto the internet. So we didn't have the exact year. We were able to get 1988, and then there was a gap, and then we were able to get 1992. And that gave us a fairly good idea of the lay of the land that we supplemented with the actual photographs that we reviewed in the file.
At this time, I'm going to play Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Seems to be a little bit of a lag time in the playback of that video. It's stalling a little bit on the playback, Your Honor.
Gotcha.
The sections that are playing here on the video, can you explain why they're here?
Sure. These are segments of the record that we relied upon that are what we would call actionable pieces of their testimony.
Is everything after that point in the video references to the transcripts and where you found evidence?
That's right, yeah. The family of Mr. Dunn had indicated what they were doing that evening, watching the TV show Hunter, Saturday night at 11 o'clock, and that's what I was demonstrating in that last video.
We can pause right here. I'm now going to show you a timestamp on Exhibit 34 at 48 seconds. Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. This is after the shots have been fired. The most reasonable position of the shooter at the time he made purchase with the bullet on Mr. Rogers. So this would be the final position of the shooter after the shots were fired and after Mr. Rogers had already been struck by the bullet.
I'm now going to show you timestamp 307. Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. This is a view from the east of the property, looking at the three kids that are on the porch. This would be after the first shot was fired, and I do believe that the first shot did go through that downspout on the gutter that comes along the railing, because that's the most severe angle coming from the neighbor's property, which would also give the shooter the most position of cover for doing some type of a shooting without wanting to be detected, you know, prior to discharging his weapon. And so that's what this view is, and it also demonstrates after the shots fired, if the kids turned and looked, what their view would have been.
What did you use to determine the bullet trajectory in this video?
Well, the bullet trajectory, there's two bullet trajectories in this video that we have verifiable data for. And the first bullet that we can verify its position and also the position of the shooter is the bullet that goes through the downspout of that gutter. And we know that is a fact because the entrance defect on the west side of the gutter is a perfect circle. And the exit on the east side of that gutter is more of a cylindrical. And that's as a result of the bullet going in and then becoming destabilized, and the exit is more of the bullet tumbling and going out long ways rather than through the tip of the bullet. And we know that that happened, and we know where the shooter was when that shot was fired. The second bullet trajectory that we know of is the bullet that struck Mr. Rogers in the back of the head. And we know that because of the autopsy report, and the appearance of the wound on the back of his head is very symmetrical, so that we also know that that bullet did not strike anything prior to hitting his head.
Can we pull Exhibit 34 down? Thank you. Are the bullet trajectories depicted in Exhibit 34 the only possible course that each bullet could have taken?
For the bullets that we have verifiable data for, I'm going to call bullet number 1 the one that goes through the downspout on the gutter. I don't believe that there's any alternative scenario that could make that shot happen along the trajectory line, okay? The other bullet that we have verifiable data for is the bullet that struck Mr. Rogers. Now, that bullet did not have an intervening object before it struck him. But we do know that the house provides a portion of cover, the corner of the house, right? So we know that for that shot to have happened, the shooter is going to need to move from his original position further along the fence line to get a clear shot because Mr. Rogers was taking cover down on the other side. So I think there's a couple of, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how his body would have positioned, but that bullet track, I believe, is accurate. There is evidence by other testimony, it varies a bit, about the number of shots that were fired. It could have, some people say 3, some people heard 5, but that's not uncommon. When people are witnesses to shootings, they get it wrong all the time. It could have been as few as 2. It could have been as many as 5 or 6. But we know the verifiable for the 2. The ones that did not hit anybody or were not documented to have been recovered, we don't know what happened for those because we have no data to string those up.
How would it affect your opinion if there were only 2 shots?
Not at all.
What about 3?
Not at all.
4?
None.
You depicted 5 in your video?
I believe we depicted 5 shots being discharged, yes.
How would it have changed your opinion if you depicted 6?
None at all, because we have 2 shots that are verifiable, and those are really the only shots that matter. The other shots that could have been fired, up to maybe 6, are just ear witness evidence, and there's no other evidence to corroborate those.
If we could go about 5 seconds in on Exhibit 34. Can we pause here? How do you know how many people are walking west as you depicted here?
Well, we have statements from Eugene Wilson that he was walking with Marvin Tolliver at the time, and based on what I heard earlier today, it reaffirms the record that I relied upon and what we've demonstrated there.
How do you know which order DeMorris Stepp, Michael Davis, and Rico Rogers were sitting on the porch?
You don't. I think the important part of the actionable testimony that is relevant to the reconstruction is that all 3 of them were on the stoop or on the steps, depending on what terminology you want to use, and that the testimony reflects further that none of them were looking in the direction of the shooter at the time the first shot was fired. And I think that was corroborated today by Mr. Wilson's testimony as well. And then after the first shot was fired, I believe there's testimony saying that they looked back, or that Michael Davis looked back, or that DeMorris Stepp looked back. But after that particular time, they would have immediately turned and ran away from the bullet, which is what the evidence also shows.
So the turning and running and the looking does not change if the boys are positioned with Rico Rogers in the middle?
It's absolutely irrelevant, the position that they are in on the steps to the reconstruction. It has no bearing on the reconstruction whatsoever. But we needed to give them a starting point, and that was the starting point that we chose, that we felt was accurate to the record.
Generally, is there a type of evidence that you prefer to rely on in forming reconstruction videos?
Oh yeah, it'd be great if we had it all on video every single time. That would make my job a lot easier. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. But we do have to rely upon the documented physical and forensic evidence as it's documented in the file. Typically, a good crime scene investigator or a crime scene technician or a crime scene photographer will take hundreds and hundreds of photographs for a crime scene, establishing shots, intermediate shots, shots with scale, right? Those are the kind of pieces of evidence that we teach. That's what we really want them to get when they're out there on the field. But we don't always get that. But you have to work with what you have and come to a reasonable scientific probability based on the information you have.
What physical evidence did you use to create Exhibit 34?
Well, we have documented evidence, like I said, of the bullet defect entrance and exit on the downspout of the gutter along the railing. We also have evidence of where Mr. Rogers was documented for his, I call it final resting position in the video, but that's not 100% accurate. That's his final documented resting position. He was in a position just prior to that, but then I think he was moved for first aid and so on and so forth, but his actual final resting position would have been where the blood was pooling in the grass. But his first documented final resting position would be as we have it documented there.
What other kinds of evidence besides physical evidence did you use to form Exhibit 34?
Well, we have witness statements from Mr. Davis, Mr. Stepp, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Tolliver.
In this case, did you have to primarily rely on witness statements in making Exhibit 34?
I wouldn't say primarily, but we wanted to put those statements to a test and to see what the reasonableness of what you can and cannot see, what you could or could not do based on the limitations of the environment and the evidence that we do have.
In your experience, are witness statements typically relied on by experts in your field when creating reconstruction videos?
Well, relied on, I'm not sure if I like that word. I would say we have to use them. We have to utilize the witness statements and put the witness statements to a test of the interrelationship of the evidence. And then it's up to the trier of fact as to the value of that statement based on the totality of the circumstances.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 10. You can flip to tab 10 in your binder. Exhibit 10 has been previously admitted.
Okay, I've got it.
What is Exhibit 10?
This is the affidavit of Eugene Wilson.
Do you see about 6 paragraphs down where Eugene Wilson says, "We had just been to Chinaman's restaurant and we were sitting there talking and eating our rice"?
Is that how the statement starts?
No, that's the end of the
Could you give me the first line of that paragraph?
the night before.
The
That's
night
how
before,
paragraph
yes,
starts.
I see that paragraph, yeah.
Do you see where it says, "We had just been to Chinaman's restaurant, we were sitting there talking and eating our rice"?
Yes.
Why did you put Eugene Wilson walking west instead of sitting on the porch eating rice?
Well, he gives a couple of statements over the years, as do several of the witnesses. And oftentimes in witness statements, they don't nail down the timing of things. And as I learned today when I was listening to Mr. Wilson's testimony, that seemed to be the case here. He made a reference about eating rice, but that was on a different day. And so I think my instinct was correct to not have him starting off the reconstruction eating rice on the porch. And it's more consistent with the objective evidence that he was walking along the sidewalk, because his testimony fits the physical evidence of where the shooter was, and that's consistent with the bullet trajectory, and it's consistent with the totality of the circumstances as we've laid it out.
Is that what you do in a situation where different witnesses have different inconsistent statements?
You have to, yeah. You have to make judgment calls as to not the credibility of a witness, because that's not my job. My job is to look at the actionable statements that the witnesses make and see what is most reasonable based on the evidence that we have.
Let's talk about the lighting in Exhibit 34.
Sure.
Can you explain how you use the software and render lighting in your reconstruction video?
Oh, can I explain how I do it? Sure. In the 3D model, once we have the 3D model built, it's built and there's no lighting in it whatsoever, but it's in an environment. So we can take, for example, if it's a daytime scene, we can take the sun and put it up in the sky at 12 o'clock. We can put the sun in the sky at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever. We can put the moon in the sky at midnight, and that gives us the ability to control the ambient lighting inside of the environment. In this particular case, this did happen at night. There was photographic documentation of what the lighting conditions were at the time. Not great documentation, but there was some documentation. We used our just viewing of those photographs to try to give the scene enough light to play it out. So we used a light inside, a raw, I guess called a raw naked light bulb on the front porch that we used at about 40 to 60 luminance. And then there was evidence of a street light that was across the street and to the east by one house. We researched it, and it was a mercury vapor lighting street lamp, which are typically pretty dull, but the reason they used them back in those days because they last a long time. You almost never have to replace them. So they're very, very efficient, although they're not very bright. So we used that light on the street, and then we used a naked light bulb on the porch. We looked at all other areas that were documented, and there's no other lights down the street as you go westbound that was in an area that could affect the lighting. And the neighbor house had no lights on it whatsoever. And I actually just learned today that that was an abandoned house, but there was no lights there that we could see whatsoever. And then the various photographs that were taken that had artificial light in it, used by the cameraman, and I think there was some testimony of police cars were parked along the area and the lights were turned on, and that kind of washed out the scene. But those were valuable because you can see in the background that it's pitch black. There's no lights in any of the peripheral areas. So that was helpful in determining what an accurate lighting would be for the scene.
How would your video change if the street light had been blocked by a tree?
It'd be darker.
And how would your reconstruction change if the porch light had been a light bulb that was not exposed?
It would be dimmer.
And what about if there was no porch light at all?
It would be very dark.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 40.
Okay.
These are also tab 40 in your
Okay.
binder.
Do you want me to turn to it as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do, yeah. That's an old car that was parked behind the location of the shooting where the shooting took place, in the backyard, I believe. I apologize. Let me restate that. That's a vehicle that was located in the backyard of where the shooting took place, so in the backyard.
What are these photographs from, if you know?
These are bait stamped with my name, Roeder, and then 00481. These, I believe, were taken by the local PD in 1990 by their, I'm assuming, crime scene photographer, and they were part of the documents that were produced to me for my review in the case.
Exhibit 40 is 10 pages. Have you seen and relied on all 10 pages?
Yeah, we have seen all 10 of the photographs. And like I said, we utilized all 10 of the photographs for, again, I will use the term actionable data that helps us with regard to not only lighting, but spatial relationships and positions of documented evidence.
Motion to admit Exhibit 40, Your Honor.
It will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 1, what does this photo tell you about the crime scene?
Well, a couple things. First thing that this photograph tells me is that the photographer was using a light to take the picture. And we know that because we can see the reflection of the light from the photographer in the window of the house. And we can also see the reflection of the light of the photographer in the headlights. And you can even see the reflection of the light from the photographer where it says JB Hunt Transport Lowell Arc along the roof of the car. So we know that there's an external light that's attached to the photographer. It could be, again, the police cars lined up with the lights on, or it could be a constant light, or it could be a strong flash. I don't know what kind of camera they used at the time, so one of those three options, or possibly two of those at the same time, to take these photographs.
What does this photo tell you about the lighting, specifically outside of the lights that were used to take the photograph?
Well, the one thing that you can clearly see, other than the artificial light used by the photographer, there is no other light that is discernible in any of the immediate areas, especially in the background. If you look between the houses into the background, that would be a view from the backyard toward the front yard. So you can see how dark that gangway is, and you can see that there's no illumination in the area of, from ground level to up to 30 feet out there. And so that main street where the incident took place was extremely dark.
Turning to the photograph on page 7 of Exhibit 40.
Okay?
What does this photo tell you about the crime scene?
Well, now, this is a side view, I believe, looking westbound of the neighbor's house. So this would not be the house that the shooting took place. This would be the house to the west of it. And you can see the air conditioning unit there. And we can, and the trim there, the green trim and the air conditioning unit is consistent with what we see on the front of that house as well, so we know it's that house. And then so you can see in the back there, in the distance in the background, there's another house that is probably the street that goes north and south. And it might be the back of that house probably. And there's no lights there whatsoever in the backyard or even on that house on the street that it's connected to. So it just shows a very, very dark area, yeah.
When you say that this is the house west of where the shooting occurred, are you referencing 5609 Labadie as in your report on page 3?
Yes, and it would also be, if you look at Rotor 000484, that shows you the front of the house with the green trim, and it also shows you the air conditioning unit with the prop on the front of the house. And so we were able to discern, based on the trim of the house and based on the similarity of the air conditioning units, that that's the back of that house.
So turning to Exhibit 40, page 2, the photo you're referencing is 484.
That's right.
The photo, strike that. The house with the green trim you're referring to is 5609 Labadie,
Yes.
and the house with the brick facing wall is 5607 Labadie.
Yes, that's the shooting scene house.
And then turning to page 5 of Exhibit 40. What did this photograph tell you about the shooting?
Well, I mean, this is where Rico Rogers was at his final rest. Now, we have two positions documented here. You can see there to the right, on the lower right-hand corner, you've got a large blood pooling in the grass, and that is most certainly where Mr. Rogers became fully incapacitated from the bullet, and that's where he would have had no movement. And as a result of that no movement, the blood would be seeping out of his head based on his body position and gravity, and that's why you have that large pool there. That burlap body stand-in chalk mark, whatever you want to call it, is I think where he was at after I think he was turned over or rolled over for vital statistics being checked and so forth. But that's where he was documented in a photograph, and that's why I think they put the chalk line stand-in there.
Do you see a red cap in page 5?
Yeah, there's a red cap just to the north of the burlap body outline.
How did that go into your Exhibit 34? Your reconstruction?
Well, I mean, You know, most likely, I mean, I don't know if that was the hat that Rico Rogers was wearing, but I mean, that was documented as being part of it. I don't think I have any other photographs of that. And I do believe in the animation we do show him wearing a red hat. So I made the kind of leap that because that red hat was found very close to where the body was documented, that most likely he was wearing that red hat. And it would make sense if you become incapacitated by a bullet while running northbound and then falling down, that the hat would fall off. Very reasonable. As a former 35-year baseball player, my hat has fallen off many times, and that's about how far it falls off your head when you hit the ground.
I'm now going to show you Exhibit 34 at timestamp 5 minutes and 52 seconds. What does this portion of your video show?
Well, there was testimony from the family that they were at home from 11 to 12 watching a very popular TV show. I know you guys might be a little bit young for this, but I'm 54. I used to watch that show all the time with my family. It was a show called Hunter. It was a former football player, played cop or FBI guy, and it was a very popular TV show that was on Saturday nights from 11 to 12. I used to watch that show myself with my family, and so when I read that that's what the family had said that they were doing, it was a very reasonable thing for me to say, okay, well, I want to show that, that this is what a reasonable family is doing on a Saturday night watching a popular TV show. I was probably doing the same thing that day.
Does this section of your video affect the shooting scene reconstruction portion of your video?
Not at all. It's simply a demonstrative exhibit to, I think, demonstrate what the family said they were doing at the time.
One moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Huson.
Can I have a minute? We gotta switch over to the technology if I'm gonna use any of the video.
Okay, sure.
I didn't mean to make a judgment on your age, but I think you might be younger than me.
A little bit, not too much.
Okay.
Those of you in the media, before on break like this, you can walk around the front. You don't have to climb over the railing next time, okay? I hope you got it on video for later.
All right, I'm ready, Judge. Whenever you are.
You may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Roeder.
Good afternoon.
So you were hired by the Midwest Innocence Project in this case,
Yes, sir.
and you've been in contact primarily with Christopher Dunn's attorneys,
Yes, I have.
and you are billing about $600 an hour for your time, so you said?
Yes, sir.
How much do you expect to be paid in total?
I've been paid already on this case, I think a total of $7,000, maybe $7,500, I think, so far.
Now, when you talked to Mr. Dunn's attorneys about working on this case, they told you their version of events,
They did.
and they told you what they were trying to prove.
Yes.
And your primary job, as you said, was just to see if their version of events was plausible with the rest of the evidence.
Well, my primary job is to do a reconstruction, and as part of that reconstruction, we try to test statements to see if they fit the physical and forensic evidence.
And the Innocence Project sent you documents to review.
They did.
the Innocence Project sent you documents to review,
They did.
and those documents were base stamped with your name,
That's right.
and you reviewed all of them
I did.
and considered them when you were working on your work in this case.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you talked about the minimal physical evidence that was available. Well, is that right? For the record.
Well, I mean, there is documented physical and forensic evidence in this case, and we reviewed on that. I did make a comment that I felt that the file was a bit slim. And I believe I said that in my deposition with you, and I believe I said something to that effect here today, that I would have liked to see more documented evidence.
Yeah. So you have some photographs, and then, is that a yes?
Yes.
And besides that, there's a known place where a bullet defect is in the gutter,
Yes, sir.
and there's also the known position of the body,
That's right.
and the body was known to be hit by a bullet.
That's right.
But besides those things, there's not much other physical evidence in the file that you reviewed.
Well, I mean, there's the blood. I think that's critical to place where Mr. Rogers was located. And then, you know, the scene itself is a piece of evidence, right? So building the scene to scale and accurate is, I think, a piece of evidence in and of itself, right? The scene
so-
is part of the evidence.
So you used Google Maps and Google Earth to take some measurements of the scene,
Yes, we did. We used both of those.
and publicly available information besides that, like Zillow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very good.
And besides Rico Rogers, who is placed there by physical evidence, all the other witnesses in the scene are placed in their spots by witness testimony.
Yes.
And the witness statements you reviewed were in conflict a lot of the time.
There were varying statements that many of the witnesses had, yes.
And where the statements conflicted, you had to decide which ones to show in the animation.
I had to decide which ones were consistent with the totality of the evidence, and those that I find are reasonable based on the evidence, and that's what I showed in the animation, is what I found reasonable based on the evidence.
Thank you, but my question was just you had to decide which ones to show in the animation.
I did, yes.
Now, first of all, let's talk about the Morris step. Tristan, could you just move forward to where everybody's sitting on the floor? Thanks. So you chose to put the Morris step there at on the second step from the bottom, leaning
Yeah.
against the rail.
I agree, yes.
And you animated him looking east away from where the shooter enters.
Yes.
You're aware that when he was first interviewed, Demore Stepp made statements to the police that he saw the shooter before the shot started?
I don't recall that statement, but if you represent that to be true, I will take your word for it.
Well, let's flip to Movements 21,
Okay.
F21 in your binder. Sorry, it's a small podium here, so I'm fishing around.
I got it.
All right, so let's start at the bottom of page 5. So, Detective Stidham, sorry, are you with me on the bottom of page 5? Okay.
Yes.
Detective Stidham asks, okay, where did you see him at? And Demore Stepp says, around the corner from next door to the people that live Pig, inaudible. It was a lot, it's a lot right there. He was hiding around the corner. Detective Stidham says, hiding around the corner? Yes. How do you know it was Christopher Dunn? I looked at his face, but you know how you see somebody and you don't see him, you know. Detective Stidham says, Demore Stepp says, I thought my mind, was playing games, and I looked dead in his face, and I guess he fired. He thought I seen him, so he shot at me first. But after you're shooting or packing a gun, I guess it moved up, Did I read that right?
You did read it right.
It was hard.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Appreciate that. So, in this statement, Demore is saying he saw the shooter hiding around a corner before the shooting started. Would you agree?
Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense to me. How do you see somebody who's hiding around the corner? Doesn't make sense.
I'm just asking, that's what he told the police, isn't that
Right.
right? And you did not animate him looking towards the shooter before the shooting started?
Right, because it doesn't make sense. It didn't fit
Just
in with the...
asking whether you put it in the animation or
Right.
not.
I had to make decisions on what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And seeing somebody hiding doesn't make sense. It's a contrary statement.
No one's ever been caught hiding?
Well, if,
Ever been caught hiding?
I don't think that's what he meant here, but, yeah.
I'm just gonna ask a series of questions like this. It'll be easier if you just tell me whether you put it in the video or not.
I'll do the best I can.
Overruled.
So, did you animate, as Morstead said in his first statement, that he looked west towards where the shooter comes from and saw him before the shooting started?
I did not animate that, no.
Okay, thank you. And then you know at trial that Morstead testified that he saw the shooter before the shots were fired as well.
Yes,
You remember that testimony? You reviewed it?
I do.
Okay. And then he identified that shooter to be Christopher Dunn.
He did.
And at trial, he testified that he saw the shooter in the gangway between the two houses. Do you remember that?
He did, yes.
And do you know what he meant by gangway in context of the scene?
Yeah, we have gangways in Cleveland.
So, did you understand him to mean that area that's animated there that's kind of an alleyway between the two houses?
Yeah, it's like a 3-foot walkway in between the house.
So, based on the statement he made at trial, he looked towards that gangway between the two houses and saw the shooter there.
That's what he states.
And you didn't animate that in the video?
I did not animate that, no.
Thank you. And then, at the habeas evidentiary hearing, you read that testimony where Morstead testified at that hearing as well?
Yes,
And he again said that he saw the shooter come from the gangway between the two houses. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you didn't animate him coming from the gangway based on that testimony either?
Well, I don't animate anybody coming from the gangway. I don't have the I have the animation starting just a moment before the first shot.
Right. I mean, eventually the shooter does enter the scene.
The shooter starts in the scene. He's in the scene when we started. He's off
He's
to
over
the.
there behind the house on the far side.
He's in the shadow there, I believe, right underneath the. I mean, you won't see it until we turn the camera, but
You would agree with me the shooter's not animated in the gangway between the two houses?
no.
Okay. So, just to sum all this up, based on all of Morstead's prior statements, he did look west towards the gangway before the shooting started. Would you agree?
Would I agree that he said that or he did that?
That he said that.
I would agree that he said that.
And you animated him looking east, the other direction.
Yes. He also stated he looked east. Yes. But then, yes, I have him starting off looking
He stated he
east.
looked east before the shooting started?
No. He
Okay.
did look east at some point, and I have him the starting point with all of the children looking east.
So you're saying, you know, in your mind, the video, he could have looked the other direction at some other point, but you have him looking east now. Is that what you're trying
That's
to say?
right.
Okay. Let's talk about Marvin Tolliver's positioning. So you placed Marvin, his name's also Marlon sometimes in the document, would you agree?
I would agree. Yes.
And you don't know which one for sure it is?
I really don't know. I have it listed as Marvin. If it's Marlon, we can just call him Mr. Tolliver if you wish.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat where I just don't want to be disrespectful to Mr.
Sure.
Tolliver wherever he is. You placed him, would you agree with me, near 5607 Labadee walking west?
Yes, I have him walking correctly right there in companion with Mr. Wilson.
And you know that Mr. Tolliver told the police that before the shooting, he was walking east in the 5500 block of Labadee.
He did say that, yes.
So, you know, you have a zoomed out photo of it later though, but if we zoomed out, the 5500 block would be the block that's east of Labadee, or
Yes.
east of the crime scene, would you agree?
It would be to the east of the crime scene, yes.
Right, so he was about a block east, walking east, according to a statement in the police report.
Yes.
And that would be the opposite direction of the way the shooter enters the scene.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to be argumentative, but we have to talk about when in the sequence people make their statements. It's like the rice thing all over again. It's, you know, it was the day later he was eating rice, or the day before he was eating rice. At some point, he was probably walking east because they were going to Chinamen to get food. It's just where in the sequence he says that as it's related in the record
Sure, well,
that I
mean, we
think
can
needs
look
to
at
be
his
clarified.
statement if you wanna- Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was just trying to give you a complete answer, that's all.
Thank you. We can look at a statement if you want to flip to petitioner's exhibit, or sorry, move-ins exhibit 36. It's going to be on page AGO base stamp 30.
Is it 36?
Yeah, exhibit 36.
Exhibit 36, page 30, I think he said, right?
Yep, page AGO 00030.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Tolliver, I'm just going to read a statement and you let me know if I'm reading it correctly. So Tolliver stated prior to the incident, he, Gino, and Gary D. were walking east on Labadie in the 5500 block when suddenly he heard what sounded like 5 gunshots. At that point, he ran home and observed the victim lying on the front lawn and was advised by DeMora's step that Christopher Dunn, a.k.a. Trap, had done the shooting. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. But you would agree with me that in your animation, Marvin Tolliver is not walking east in the 5500 block of Labadie.
At this moment in time, no, he's not.
All right. Well, and in fact, he never walks. He does run east eventually. I don't know if he makes it to the 5500 block, but...
Yeah. He does eventually run east,
All right.
yes.
So, you know, based on his statement to the police, the sequencing is a little more clear, right? He says that he's walking east on Labadie, and then shots are fired, and then he runs home. Would you agree?
I would agree.
All right. Let's talk about Eugene Wilson's positioning. So you placed him alongside Marvin Tolliver in front of 5607 Labadie walking west, right?
Yes.
So you know that from reading the police reports that the police canvassed the area for witnesses who might have seen something that happened after the shooting?
Yes.
All right. And you're familiar, you know, with the statement that we just read that Mr. Tolliver said that he and Gino were walking east in the 5500 block. Is that right?
You say Gino?
Gino.
That's different. So there would have been 3 people walking back from the Chinaman? Is that what you mean?
I can read the statement again. So Tolliver's statement to the police was, prior to the incident, he, Gino, and Gary D. were walking east on Labadie in the 5500 block. So would you agree that based on that statement, Tolliver and Gino and Gary D. were all walking east on Labadie?
At some point, but we don't know where in the sequence, how much before the shooting they were doing that. We don't have an exact time code of when they were doing that. And that's part of the problem with the statement is the vagary is not nailed down so that we have actionable data for every individual person.
I'm sorry, I thought we just agreed that the rest of the statement does make the sequencing clear. I'm going to finish the question. On AGO 00030,
Division 6.
statement in full, if you're reading along with me, is Tolliver stated prior to the incident, he, Gino, and Gary D. were walking east on Labadie in the 5500 block when suddenly he heard what sounded like 5 gunshots. At that point, he ran home and observed the victim lying on the front lawn.
Right.
So, if I read that correctly, would you agree with me that Gino, Tolliver, and Gary D., just before the shots were fired, were walking east in the 5500 block?
According to that statement that you just read, that's what that statement would reflect, yes.
All right, thank you. And you didn't animate Eugene Wilson along with that group walking east?
No, I don't have any sworn testimony for that group. I have sworn testimony for Eugene Wilson.
And you remember Mr. Wilson here was earlier, you were in the courtroom, weren't you?
I did. I was back there watching him testify, yes.
And you remember that he agreed that Gino would refer to him. That was his nickname.
Yes.
Now, you know that at trial, you would have reviewed the trial testimony of DeMora's step, and he testified that he, Michael Davis, and Rico Rogers, and the shooter were the only people there when the shooting occurred. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And at the habeas evidentiary hearing, Stepp testified that the people who had gone to the store didn't see the shooting because they weren't there. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you review Michael Davis's statements to the police as well?
I did, yes.
And you would agree with me that Michael Davis never mentioned seeing Eugene Wilson at the scene of the shooting?
No, he did not. Not from that statement that I listened to earlier, nor from that other record.
Understood. Did he mention Eugene Wilson in his trial testimony, do you know?
I'm not sure.
Would you agree with my representation that he didn't mention Eugene Wilson?
I'll agree with you.
And so Michael Davis, as far as you know, never mentioned that Eugene Wilson was at the scene in any of his statements?
I would agree with you.
And you know that, you know, I'm sorry, I'll strike that question. So, you know that Eugene Wilson's first statement about this case was an affidavit that he signed in 2016.
Yes.
And 2016 was roughly 26 years after the shooting.
Yeah.
All right. You also know from your review of the record that Mr. Wilson is a close childhood friend of Mr. Dunn.
I learned that today, yes.
All right. You've been over this a little bit with opposing counsel, but in his affidavit, originally in 2016, Mr. Wilson said he was standing right next to Rico Rogers when Rico was shot. Would you agree with me?
I believe he clarified that today, saying that it was after he was shot, he was standing next to him, like after the shooting had taken place.
He did say something different today. I'll agree with you, but would you agree with me that when you reviewed the records in the affidavit, it said he was standing right next to Mr. Rogers?
I believe that that's what you're representing it to say, but I believe the witness clarified what he actually meant by that, but
We can go.
but I don't want to,
take a
argue
look
with you
at
over
it.
the record. I think I understand what you're saying.
Let's just flip to Exhibit 10 and take a look at what it says.
Sure.
All right, so this statement is on the second page of Exhibit 10. Maybe it's Exhibit 10.
Okay. I've got 10 here with me.
All right, so it is the second paragraph from the top on page 2. It says, I was standing right next to Rico when he was shot. Did I read that right?
Yeah, you did read that right, yes.
So, based on just what the affidavit says, that would mean that Mr. Wilson was standing right next to Rico Rogers when he was shot.
That's what that would mean if you read, yeah, yes.
Right. And in the video, clearly you don't animate him next to Mr. Rogers when Mr. Rogers is shot.
No, I don't.
All right. Do you know of any other statement in which any witness has ever testified that Eugene Wilson was at the scene of the shooting?
I don't know.
But you animated him there in front of 5607 Labadee?
I did. His testimony, the last, I think, 2 or 3 versions of his testimony, including the testimony today, was very clear and emphatic of what he said he saw and where he was. So I did rely upon that.
When you were making the video, you relied on the testimony that he had today?
No, today confirms the what I put in the video.
You did make the video before he testified today, though, right?
I did, based on other statements that we've reviewed, yes.
All right. Would you agree with me that, sorry, let's transition to talking about the shooter's location in the video.
Sure.
Would you agree with me that the physical evidence that you've used to place the shooter is primarily the 2 bullets that you talked about, bullet 1 and bullet 2 on direct?
Yes.
And Tristan, can you move it ahead until we can see the trajectory of the bullet? We can just play it until it gets there. There we go. Yeah. All right, so that first bullet you said is the primary reason you placed the shooter coming from where he's coming from. Is that
That's right.
So along that trajectory line, are there other locations that the shooter could be standing to fire that bullet?
Anywhere along that trajectory line where he could stand.
So, at least from the physical evidence of that shot, it would also be consistent with the shooter entering from between the gangway and firing that shot from closer range.
It could be, yes.
For the bullet that hit Rico Rogers, you've animated that shot as coming from the front of the fence line.
More toward the front, yes.
Right. So, well, I'll give you a chance. Is there something I'm saying wrong there that you want to clarify?
Well, the front of the fence line, I would more think of the like the sidewalk area where I have him kind of where the side of the fence meets that area. So I put him right along the most south side of that fence, the southern point of that fence.
Sure. So he's near the front of the yard and then west of the fence line, shooting into the yard east.
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you know that from Michael Davis's trial testimony that he testified that he kind of fell and looked back as the shots were, Michael Davis testified that when Rico Rogers fell, he looked back towards the shooter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah, I do remember. I know in the video today there was actually some recapitulation of that as well.
And so Michael Davis's testimony, if you remember, is that the shooter was along the side of the yard at the time Rico Rogers fell.
Yes.
So that would be consistent with where you've animated the shooter's
I
firing.
believe so, yes.
So at the habeas evidentiary hearing and at the trial so far, Demore is the only witness that's testified he saw the shooter before the shooting. Would you agree with me?
I would agree with you, yeah.
So he testified that the shooter kind of comes from the gangway between the two houses, right?
That's right.
And based on the trajectory of the bullets, it's possible that the shooter could have come from the gangway, fired that bullet, and then moved sideways along the fence line and fired the second bullet.
Yes, sir, that's possible.
All right. Let's talk about the positioning of Michael Davis. We previewed that a little bit, but so his trial testimony is that after Rico Rogers falls down, he looks back, sees the shooter along the side of the house, and then he falls down next to Rico. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, can we just play ahead until Mr. Rogers is down? I guess he's already down. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Thank you. So, based on his trial testimony, Mr. Davis sees Rico Rogers fall, turns and looks back, and then falls next to him. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, he falls in the area of him. Next to him could be to the north of his head, to the left of him, to the right of him. I have him positioned where I have him positioned to be in a position of cover, or at least trying to attain a position of cover.
Do you remember that as he further testified about positioning in trial, he said that he laid down beside Rico?
At some point, yeah.
So, if you based on the word beside, would you interpret that to mean on the side of him as opposed to in front of him?
Well, again, I'd like to pin down that language a little bit more specifically, but I think that's open to interpretation.
Okay, but either way, you don't really animate him next to him. You have him continue running to the back corner of the yard and then laying there. Is that
Well,
right?
I have him, I have them all together when the shooting takes place. I have them all depart around the same time. And then we have Mr. Rogers falling where he's documented. And then I have Mr. Davis falling to the north, maybe just a couple of steps in front of Rogers. And then we have Step jumping the fence and running eastbound.
Okay, but basically what you're saying is from the testimony, you couldn't determine exactly where Michael Davis should be positioned.
Yeah, I don't think it's not specific enough to really pin down where everybody was within an inch or a foot of each other. We did the best that we could to work with the actionable part of the testimony.
Now, he does say that he looks back as Mr. Rogers falls and sees the shooter along the front yard alongside the fence line. Would you agree?
I think he said he saw a figure, or he saw someone.
I think he said Christopher Dunn, who he said he saw.
Well, not today, he didn't.
Michael Davis.
Michael.
Not on the testimony that was played from a man having a conversation in California.
Wasn't it the video that we just saw earlier today?
I've never met Mr. Davis. I don't know what he sounds like.
Okay.
But you did you review that audio taped interview of Michael Davis's statements? Is that what you're saying?
No, I did not. I was listening. I was in the back of the courtroom.
You hadn't heard that before today.
No, I had not.
And even in that statement, he doesn't say where he fell in the yard. Is that?
No, he doesn't.
So he could be south, of Rico Rogers, closer to the street. He could be on the south side of the yard instead of running north towards the back corner.
I don't think so. I don't think that's very probable.
What evidence are you relying on to
Well,
go that way?
well, if you're being shot at, you're going to run to a position of cover. The only position of cover here would be to the north of the property, using the house as cover. I would find it very unlikely that somebody would give up the position of cover and run into the open street.
But Mr. Davis's testimony was he kind of just fell down next to Rico and played dead. Wouldn't you agree that was basically what you can get from his testimony?
Yeah, I think that's what we have reflected here in the animation as well.
Don't you think that you're kind of saying that he actually strategically ran for cover behind the north side of the house?
Well, I think strategically is a very deliberate word. I think instinctually you're going to run for cover in a position where you can take cover. If somebody's shooting at you, you're not going to run into the open. You're going to run to make sure that there's some kind of an obstacle between you and that shooter. And in my opinion, as an expert, doing this for 25 years and 1,600 cases, this kid is going to run for a position of cover, which is where I put him.
Are you an expert in what might happen? And various crimes? Can you predict the future of crimes?
Well,
the past of crimes?
I think that's a sarcastic question.
Sustain.
I'll
Sustain.
withdraw. So, you don't know exactly what position he's in, is that fair to say?
I have to make reasonable judgments based on my experience, and based on my experience training 25 years, 1,600 cases, the kid is going to run in a position of cover using the house as protection from gunfire and not run into the street where he could expose himself to be shot. That's
that's
common
based
sense,
on-
Counselor.
So that's
I
based on
think he's
experience,
finished. What's your
not
question?
evidence. Sorry.
Repeat your question, please.
All right. So is that that's based on your experience, not on any particular evidence in this case?
Well, you're asking me a hypothetical question about what somebody would do. The only way I can answer that question is based upon my experience that's very specific of the subject matter we're talking about.
To be fair, I didn't ask you a hypothetical question. I asked you what evidence you used to position Michael Davis, and you told me hypothetically that's where he would run.
Well,
Would you agree with that?
no, I don't think I answered the question initially hypothetically. I answered it to a degree of reasonable scientific probability based on my training and experience in working shooting scene cases, and that's where he would have run to the north to get cover from the house and not run into an open street, opening himself up to gunfire.
I understand you're telling me that you think that's where he would have run. What I'm asking you is, based on the evidence you reviewed, where did he run? For sure.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustain.
All right. So let's talk about some people who are not in the crime animation. Would you agree with me that there are other statements that place different witnesses within the group of boys that are on the porch or coming back from the store?
There are a number of statements that vary with regard to who's there, when they're there, and what they're doing. I would agree with that.
All right. You did not animate any additional witnesses among those groups in the video, is that fair?
That's fair.
Did you animate a man named Antonio Kelly in the video?
I did not.
Are you familiar with Antonio Kelly's affidavit?
Not off the top of my head as I sit here, no.
All right, let me grab a copy of it.
Thank you.
Can you put it right there? Right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Got it.
Long statement.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
no worries.
Okay, is there something specific you want to ask me? It kind of goes to the night before and so on and so forth.
Right. Just so, from a basic question, the document I've handed you is Bates stamped Rotor 000709. Would you agree? Where
Yes,
it starts.
709 through 712, 713, yeah.
So that stamp means that it was among the documents that you reviewed. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the document itself is captioned affidavit in support of petitioner's defense, first newly discovered evidence. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it's captioned with Christopher Dunn's name on it.
yes.
All right. So, under the caption, eventually the first paragraph starts, I, Antonio Kelly, being duly actually, and then it says solemnly swear. Hadn't noticed that typo before.
Okay.
Would you agree that that's how it starts there?
Yes, that is how it starts.
And then on Rotor 712, there's a notary page and a signature. Would you agree that there's a notary page and a signature on that?
Yeah,
page?
yeah, page 12 is notarized the 25th of January, 2002.
If you would flip to Rotor 710 on this affidavit. Going to be tough because this is kind of just a wall of text.
Yeah.
All right.
No paragraphs.
So, about a third of the way from the bottom,
Can you give the first
there's a
word?
sentence that starts, I heard a shot. Right under a line that has 15 to 30 minutes in it.
Yes. Okay. Mike, can you go make this copy real quick? We'll take. You have a copy? Okay.
I've got it. It's at the line that's, the line to the left would be, everyone went to the Chinaman, right?
Just hang on one second. Okay, so maybe start again, Mr. Crane, so they can get on the same page.
That sounds good. So there's a line about a third of the way from the bottom that starts, everyone went to the...
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they find it as well. All right. And then in the middle of that line it says, I heard a shot. We all looked around, but we didn't see anyone at first. We looked over at the yellow house and we didn't see anyone. We looked over at Monique house next door and didn't see anyone. Then from out of nowhere, 4 guys came walking down the street. They came from up Lobbity by our house down to Pig's house. Then my mother called me. I heard her voice, and I saw her standing on our front porch. But then it was too late to get home because these guys start shooting. There was 3 guys shooting, and the 4th guy had something that looked like a shotgun, but he didn't shoot. I read that right?
You did read it right.
All right. So you would have reviewed this document, is that right?
Yes.
So are you familiar with Mr. Kelly's version of events where 4 shooters come out of nowhere and start shooting?
Yes.
And you, fair to say, did not animate 4 shooters coming from up Lobbity and shooting?
You're right.
And you didn't animate a man with a shotgun?
I did not.
Now, are you aware that DeMaurice Stepp's first statement in 2005, where he purports to recant his testimony and affidavit, he also mentions that there were 4 shooters in that statement. Is that right?
I believe you're correct, yes.
But again, you didn't animate 4 shooters in the video?
No.
Or Antonio Kelly?
No.
All right. Let's talk just a little bit more about the lighting.
Sure.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, first of all, I think I heard you say on direct that when you were animating the porch light, you used a light that was 40 to 60 lumens. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think I meant to say watts.
You meant to say
I
watts.
apologize. Yeah,
No problem.
I recall. I remember saying that, and I was like, I should have said watts. Yeah,
I think you also said you reviewed a $1,300 document, but I believe you meant pages.
1,300 pages document.
It'd be a very expensive document.
Yeah, that would be.
So, when you were animating the lights, I think you talked about a street light that was in view. Jason, could you go to about 203? All right. about 203. You can pause it there. So you said that you animated street light one house down. Is that the street light there on the corner that you can see illuminating the corner?
That's right.
And that's the only street light that you thought would have an effect on the scene, is that right?
That's right.
All right, and you see that the street light, it's fairly bright. It illuminates almost all of the sidewalk there, and further into the yard it's pretty light as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, were you aware that there's a street light just across the street from the house where the shooter you have entering the video?
To the,
I'm asking him if he knows that. He was the one who reviewed the scene.
I
think you need to rephrase the question. Do you know if there is?
Do you know if there's a street light that is across the street from the house where you have the shooter entering from, the house next door to the scene?
I don't believe that there is. Documented in the record that I reviewed a street light where the shooter would enter the scene.
Tristan, could you go to about 106? So as it pans here, you see the street light on the corner. And as the camera pans around, you'll see the street light I'm talking about here across the street. So if you pause there, so you've animated a light pole kind of right across the street from the house where the shooter enters the scene, right?
It's a pole. I don't know if there's no light on it, but it is a pole.
You didn't choose to animate that as brightly as the one on the corner, is that fair?
Well, there was no evidence that there was a light there.
Right, but whatever you placed on that light pole, you didn't choose it to make it as bright as the...
Why did I say it was a light pole? It could just be a pole. Could be
I'm sorry.
Could be a street sign pole. Could be
What pole have you placed across the street there?
I placed a pole there.
What did you think it was?
I don't know what it was. I have evidence that there was a pole, but I don't have any evidence that there was a light pole there.
Did you use Google Maps to look at a street view of the scene?
Not Google Maps. I used Google Earth for the years 1988 through 1992.
Would you agree with me that Google Earth only takes top-down photos?
That it does, but it also takes perspective views once you get into the street view. But at the time, it would be just top-downs because I think back in it would just be top-down aerial photographs back in the 80s and 90s.
All right, Tristan, can you go ahead to 330? As we move to the back in 330 here, you'll see that you did animate the light in some parts of the scene. So look there. So we pause. You can see that the field in front of the house is being affected by a pretty big cone of light. Would you agree?
This is the rear of the house, I believe.
Well, there's a porch.
Could you play the few seconds before this and a few seconds after so I can get my bearings on what we're looking at?
You can keep playing if you don't mind, Tristan.
Okay.
Just so we can see where we go. So as it plays from 330 forward, you can see the camera zooming towards the backyard. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So before that, at 330 in kind of the still frame, you can see a cone of light illuminating the front yard. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's presumably from the street lamp across the street. Is that true?
The one that I've animated consistently throughout, correct.
So it was a light pole.
It was the one that was animated there originally. This is not a second
I
light pole.
This is not a second light
This is the same light pole.
Okay, so there's a light in the foreground of the picture, kind of illuminating the front of the yard that you have. And there's also another light all the way down at the corner, illuminating the corner. Do you agree?
Well, let me explain. The light that we have in the foreground is an artificial light I added into the scene so that we can have some perspective because we're not doing the crime scene as part of the action of what happened, but we're taking a view of the property to look at where other things were documented on the scene. And so I added that light as part of just an aesthetical aspect so that we can see that we're going around the property. The shooting scene is over, and right now we're just documenting the car in the back of the house. And there's another ambient aesthetic light that I put in the back by the car. Otherwise, if I don't add any light into this area, you don't see anything. So the shooting scene is over, and we're now just simply taking a tour of what other evidence was documented. And this isn't meant to be a point of view anymore, but a tour looking at evidence that was documented, particularly the car in the back of the house.
So, to be clear, you're testifying that that light in the foreground is just an artificial light. It's not coming from a street light that you've animated.
At this particular moment in time, the shooting scene reconstruction is over, and we are simply viewing the property and other evidence that was documented. And I added that light for aesthetic value so that we can see that we're turning around the property to go look at the car in the back.
Now, you were here earlier when Mr. Wilson testified. Is that right?
I was, yeah.
And I know that you couldn't see from your angle, but he kind of came up on a larger map and marked where the street lights are.
I do recall him interacting with the board, but I couldn't see what he was doing, no.
So if he marked a street light across the street from where the shooting occurs, could we confirm that by looking at the street view on Google Maps?
If we could get the year accurate, yeah, we could, probably, yeah.
Sure. We don't have an internet connection on the computer right now, but we could check that out. Would the court let us take a brief break to see if we can get Wi-Fi?
Yeah, we should probably take a break anyway, so why don't we do that now for
Thanks, Judge.
10 minutes? So we'll resume at 3 o'clock? Okay. back on the record, and you may proceed, Mr. Crane.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Ritter, while we were off the record, did you come over with me to council table?
I did.
All right, and we pulled up Google Maps. We went to 5607 Labadee. We went to Street View, and we went back to the earliest photo we could see, which I believe was from 2011. Is that
Yes, I agree.
right? Okay. And looking on the screen here, this is the Street View photo from 2011.
Yes, it is.
And if you rotate the camera across the street from the scene of the shooting, there is an additional street light there. Would you agree with me?
I would agree.
So in 2011, there's a street light across the street from the house next door to the porch where the shooting happened.
Yes.
And you did not animate that in the animation
No, I did not.
or light from it at all?
No.
Okay. So just moving on a bit to the alibi piece of the animation that you did. Did you have any physical evidence that that alibi animation was based on
Did I have any physical evidence?
that you reviewed in the record?
There was no physical evidence with regard to that, no.
All right. And you also reviewed Mr. Dunn's original statement to the police in the police report?
Yes.
And Mr. Dunn, in the original police report, would you agree with me that he said that after 12 a.m. he went to someone named Terry's house?
Yes.
And that's not what you animated in the video, is it?
Well, I think the alibi animation ends at 12.
Sure. So before that, he says that at 10 p.m. he left to ride around with someone named Wilford Rickman.
Yes.
And he doesn't mention being at his mother's house during that time period or talking on the phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, did you also review Martha Dunn's original statement to the police?
Yes.
So the first time the police talk to Martha Dunn, they come by in the early morning hours of the 19th, and she says that he's not home. Is that true?
Yes.
And then she later told the police that Mr. Dunn left his residence, or her residence, I'm sorry, around 11 or 11:30 p.m. on the night of the 18th?
I don't specifically recall that, but if you're saying that that original statement reflects that.
That's all right. Let's just turn to Move-ins 36. And it'll be page AGO 00038. All right, so do you see the statement of Martha Dunn on this page, sir?
Yeah, sure, yes.
All right, so let me know if I read this correctly. Martha Dunn stated Christopher D. left their residence at approximately 11 or 11:30 p.m. during the evening of May 18th, 1990. At approximately 2 a.m. of May 19th, 1990, Christopher Dunn returned home and entered the East family room. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it right.
All right, and so that's, you did not choose to animate what happens in that statement. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Crane. Ms. Houston, do you have further questions?
Oh, that's okay.
The one to stick to.
No, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Roeder, there was some discussion about where Michael Davis fell. Does where Michael Davis fell change the shooting portion of the reconstruction at all?
Not at all.
And you have Eugene and Marvin Tolliver walking west.
That's correct.
Did Marvin Tolliver ever make any sworn statements in this case?
He did not.
And under Eugene Wilson's only testimony that you've heard other than the affidavit, so all sworn testimony, where does he say he was?
Where does Eugene Davis say he was?
Eugene Wilson, where does
Oh,
he say he
Eugene Wilson
was?
says he was, right where I have him in the animation, in all of his sworn testimony.
Is it unusual in your experience in reconstructions to have conflicting statements from crime scene witnesses?
It's not unusual, no.
So how do you decide which versions to animate in your reconstructions?
We just make the decision based on what is the most consistent with the physical evidence that is documented in the record.
There was also some discussion about the Midwest Innocence Project hiring you and reconstruction being, strike that. There was some discussion about the Midwest Innocence Project hiring you and telling you what to put in a reconstruction. Do you recall that?
I mean, there's some allusions to that, I suppose, but yeah.
Have you, in your experience, ever made a reconstruction that did not fit the attorney's strategies or another person who hired you's strategy?
Absolutely. Making people happy is not my department. Particularly making lawyers happy is not my department. I am not McDonald's. I do not take orders. I take instructions. I do my job to the best of my ability, to my oath of a crime scene reconstructionist, and my only allegiance is to the truth.
Have you ever had to tell someone that you made a reconstruction for that it did not fit?
Yeah, many times.
The Google Earth photo that you looked at with the streetlights a few moments ago, it was from 2011?
Yes.
When was the crime scene in this case?
1990.
And then I'm going to take you to look at Exhibit 40 one more time for me.
Okay.
If I could turn to page 2. Just to clarify, because there was a lot of talk about the two houses again. Can you point out for me 5607 Labadie?
5607. I'm sorry, I have my glasses. I gotta look at it. I can't really read the address on it. I think 5607 is the where the shooting happened, with the porch to the right, and yeah, where you have the red arrow. Correct.
So then the green awning house is 5609.
That would be correct. Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Susan. Anything further, Mr. Crane? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank
You
you,
can
Your
step
Honor.
down.
I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, I think that concludes everything we're doing today, correct? And we have some stuff that the lawyers and I need to work together on. So we'll resume in court tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And at this time, you guys can talk to DeMoris Stepp. He's right back here. And while you're doing that, Perry has graciously told me that he's going to allow Mr. Dunn to visit with his family out here. And then if you need me, I'll be back in my chambers, okay? Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks. We're adjourned for the day.